this, this, and in 3, 2, 1, um, here we are. Hello, everyone. This our pleasure to be here. Another, yet another time. Um, we find ourselves in this beautiful place today with Churl. Do you want to introduce yourself, Churl?
Ahoy! I am Churl. I am I am a VTuber. If you've ever heard of those, I have a channel even. One of my very first streams was with a Tupo. He came in while I was setting up my first sort of primitive attempts at running a RPG on stream, and he was very kind to play with me, and it was a really great session. And then we continued that in another session, which we'll go over what happened, and we're finally continuing that. I'm very excited to continue it. It was a very cool setting and character, and Tupo is a very innovative player. Definitely does not do what I expect, so that is always a real treat to play with. Anyway,
But that is a
that's
good
me.
thing, or or what? I mean, I don't know. I simply try to follow what I believe is going to, as they will say, advance the narrative. But I try my best to do whatever I can in that regard.
Not
I
everyone
don't know.
has such natural flair for the theatric.
I guess I don't know. But yeah, basically that we're continuing. What is this? The third or the second? Or
This is the third, but the
huh?
second, like, purely based on this, but
Yeah, yeah. The second one that happens purely on stream. The third that continues the narrative itself. I think. So yeah, we we keep progressing the story. Last time, so far as we could remember, we not everything, but the shortest version is Drakkar was left alone in a planet. Um, he was capable of
stranded.
surviving. Yeah, yeah. He had almost no tools to survive, so he had to try his best to arrange whatever he could to, in this case, get out of there. And after what was a very tedious time, in this case, almost becoming, I think it is Pelleter, those who handle skins and such, he was capable of escaping, let's say. And yeah, that's very, in a very short manner, everything that happened last time. Um, now,
Oh, that's hardly everything that happened, Tupo.
mhm, mhm.
So before last time, even he already had quite an adventure, exploring some ruins, finding some lost artifacts, and in fact, that's how you ended up on the planet. Was a disastrous misinterpretation of the archaeological record.
Was
Your
that?
your loving mother was a bit upset when she had to divert her flagship of the mercenary company in which you were raised and taught the art of war to a nebula that did not actually contain a fabulous and lost ancient civilization. And so you were cast away, and then
Mhm.
while on your little Robinson Crusoe expedition, you found a capsized ship and salvaged things, and you tamed some mighty creatures, and you shot an innocent person, and then you became a worker for a secret for a despot, and then you bought your way off planet with your finely tailored hats.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah.
probably forgetting even more wonderful things that you did.
I mean, based on simple details, I remember that, for example, we had the whole adventure with the animals, the parts where there was almost as a secondary mission. I don't know how to call it, in which Drakkar had to sneak around and do some investigations and such. That's also how he got the money. So yeah, there were a lot of details, but overall, the main, most important thing, obviously, is that Drakkar is alive, and if I am not wrong,
Yes.
he also has no damage right now. I don't know that. I don't know.
No physical damage.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe some emotional scars. Maybe some abandonment issues.
Well, that is a problem that we will have to keep dealing with. But yeah, that's
That's something for the
everything.
therapist.
But well, sure. I before we begin, I wanted to ask you
Yeah.
something because I have
Go
been
ahead.
always thinking about this, and I didn't really remember to do it. Uh, how can you define or tell others what GURPS is as a system?
Huh. Oh. Well, it is exceedingly simple and easy to explain. Um, GURPS stands for Generic Universal Role Playing System. It's really a very solid rule set with a lot of books that help expand and define said rule set and to provide many settings and to continue to expand it. But the basic concept is it's designed to be a role playing system that has a very solid rule base, but can also emulate any sort of situation. Any character from any book, from any TV show, from any video game, from real life, any real person can be emulated in their system because it is designed to be very universally compatible. Now, that does mean it doesn't have certain things which more specialized systems might have, built in flavor wise of the mechanics. But if you know the system very well, you can actually uh, uh, add those in via there's tons of optional rules. And we're in fact playing something of a rules light version where I have reduced the granularity of certain things to make it more streamlined and capable of being run without having to learn all the many rules, which are actually really boiled down to something simple. So there's 3d6. Why don't we test out the dice rolling if you have it set up?
Um, give me 1 second because I have it on a
Okay,
different
okay.
scene, but I can do that.
So that's the generic part, is that it can be used for lots of things. I mean, that's the universal and the generic part. It was originally a joke name because the name is awful, right?
Mhm.
The name fucking sucks. GURPS. What kind of branding is that? One letter away from burps. Like it's not good. They don't have anywhere as charming a name as like Tupo, right? That would be a much better system. Totally undervalued potato of
Eh,
mystery. No, I don't know. Anyway, and the role playing is perhaps the most important part of the
mhm.
system, and that it is meant to be invisible. Like the framework is meant to be as transparent as possible, so you don't really get bogged down in it. Oh, I've disappeared.
Yeah. I was seeing that. I don't know what's going on. I think you. I will say if I had to guess, probably Fusi is having problems. I guess. I don't know, but I.
Perhaps it is very easy to blame Fuji, and
Yeah.
so I will.
But well, meanwhile, I
That's
can.
okay.
I can do this.
How about I
Reduce.
send you a?
Mhm.
How about I send you just like a PNG, and I don't need to glow when I yap.
I mean, t- t- maybe if you want to, that would be a fix. A very
If it,
there it is.
I'll
You
get the
appeared.
PNG and I'll send it to you. And if it becomes a very big issue, then we can do that.
Oh
But
yeah. Then later on we will try that one if it keeps
okay,
happening. But now
if it keeps happening.
here we have dices that we wanted to see. So what do I have to do?
So interact, roll 3d6.
Okay.
There we go. We got 3d6.
Okay. There it
Wow.
is.
Does yours not show the number that was rolled? Oh, it's 12. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's 12. I can see it. Okay, I can see it. So in GURPS is unlike some other systems where you're trying to roll over a certain number. In GURPS, it's rolling under a certain number. And I could get into the logic behind that. It is basically that in some games, the check you have to make just kind of continuously rises, right? Like say you're playing D&D and you have to open a locked chest. And at the beginning of the game, with all your modifiers, you have to roll above a 15 on the dice. And then at level 30, with all your modifiers, you have to open a very cool chest, and it will still be roll 15 on your dice, right? When you're adding stuff up, it kind of leads to bloat, right? Because the only way for the game runner to make it more challenging is just simply to raise the number. Whereas when it's a roll under, when you improve yourself, like I can make the challenges harder, but at a certain point, you have paid the points, you're going to open every chest,
Yeah.
if it is possible for it to happen, right?
Yeah. But I mean,
Those are at least some rough theories behind it. It does take a little bit confusing when you're like, oh no, I rolled a 3, or hooray, I rolled a 15, when those are, very good and very bad,
but
respectively.
I mean, I understand that on one hand. On the other, couldn't you, for example, try to quote unquote fix it by simply adding more dices? Like, you still need to keep rolling, in this case, rolling under a certain number, but you need to have a very particular, or not to have, you can always keep adding dices. Like, now we are with 3d6s. We can later on be with 4, then with 5, and so on. Because the more dices you have, the higher number you're going to always get. So,
There are lots of ways to
mhm,
run role playing. One of the benefits of sticking to the 3d6 is that it doesn't you don't have to change the dice very often, right? You can just
mhm.
pull the dice right out of a board game of Risk you have lying around, or Yahtzee, and then you're ready to go. So
Mhm.
there are a few rolls that are not 3d6, and those are usually damage rolls or things of that nature.
Mhm.
And those you do want to have go up and up and up. So I even pulled out the GURP strength guide, so I do know how much you do with melee damage now instead of approximating it. So excellent.
Yeah. I mean, as long as we don't get any ranged weapons, that would be a very good thing to take into account then. But
You do have a ranged weapon. You have a fine laser rifle and are quite skilled at it. But
yeah,
sometimes some situations call for something that isn't a giant laser rifle.
yeah,
At least people say that. I've never run into such a situation before.
yeah. I mean, I get it. I get it. After all, it seems that we will have a lot of troubles. I guess I will say. I don't know. um, Delving into what is it, ruins and such might be problematic, but the idea is always to escape unscattered or the most similar thing to that. So we will see how it goes. But well, what what do we think, Chol? Are we are we ready to jump in? Is there anything else?
Well, probably pretty soon. I would like to ask
Uh-huh.
how you were, Tupo. You've been busy,
Yeah.
haven't you? Yeah, yeah. Do you
I
want
mean,
to?
yeah. On that sense, I have been so far having a quite a hard time, I will say, because school is getting more intense on my end. So that is certainly something funny to to experience, to see how much I have to study for. I don't know how they are called on English, but we call them like partials here. The exams that are not the finals. Um,
We call those like midterms
yeah, yeah.
or some other things. I don't know. I never went to no college.
No, why not?
No. Well, because I'm mentally ill. So I'm okay, I did go to college. I
Mhm,
stayed in my room.
mhm.
I mean, I got very drunk and I didn't attend classes, and then I drank because I wasn't attending classes, and then anyway,
Yeah, yeah,
that that'd be a lot of the reason.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, eh, taking into consideration that I am trying to go in this case, I do have a lot of problems with midterms that are very near to me. I will say. Um, I think they are not so much of a problem, but they really really take um, time to get ready for. So that is consuming me on one hand, and besides that,
Yeah,
the
time is
average.
time is pretty precious, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, after all, I think nowadays I have to take almost like 2 to 3 hours every single day to study, so that is consuming a lot of my time. Yeah, I
And
wouldn't say
energy,
life.
probably.
Yeah, yeah, obviously also. Yeah, if I have to study, I don't get to be entertained because you end up mentally tired after that, obviously. But yeah, besides that,
Well, I hope today can be a nice break from that, and hopefully you can feel refreshed at the end.
yeah,
So,
yeah, I, I, I will try to be only focused on that if it is possible, to not get distracted with whatever else might happen. But well, what about you, Charles? What have you been doing? What's going on?
my cat left me.
Mhm.
My paw died. I My car broke. I got burned. I got scalded. I have this. I almost drew your eyes and lips on it. I got this huge, giant blister. It's just gigantic. I reached my hand in front of a scalding bunch of steam,
Mhm.
and it's quite horrifying. Honestly, it's giant and pus filled. Very appealing. I posted it in my Discord. Yeah, I almost sent it to you with because it looks just like a potato. Is
What?
that it looks just like a potato. I have grown potatoes smaller than this in my garden.
But where?
And what else? What else? I've been in an awful game of Dominions that's almost over. It's like
Mhm.
literally I could just click in turn and the game would end. Because there's like one person is right away from winning, and I'm right on the border of a victory condition, and I've got to script my best script ever and send in an undergeared army, and maybe I can do it. Maybe I can pull it off. But I just want it to be done. So part of me just wants to throw, but another part, the vast majority of me would never do that. I would never be disrespectful to other people and do anything but my best. So
But I mean,
those are the conflicts.
I kind of
And
get it.
I've been watching some, yeah. You get it? You get that feeling?
Yeah, I mean, you haven't. I think it is like the almost 2 months in a row that you have been playing Dominion. No, or how long has
Yeah,
it
I think
been?
I've got probably it came out in the April, maybe? No, not April. It came out in scrolling the community posts.
Mhm.
It did not come out that long ago, and I have 800 hours on it, and that's not counting some time. So it's definitely been a major part of my life. They
Yeah.
just came out with new nations, and I really want to play. And anytime I'm not playing, I'm like, oh my god, I have this idea for a thing. But it's one of those things where thinking about it is better than actually doing it. Unlike GURPS or something where it's like, oh man, thinking about what kind of campaign I'm gonna run is also as fun as actually running it.
Mhm,
At least with present company,
mhm.
which has been great. I've had a couple games with some other people. I actually had a game over on Whiplash's channel that I didn't have to run, so that was amazing. It came out on January 17th. Thank you, Potato. That traumatic time where my content plummeted in quality but vastly increased in quantity.
I mean, at the very least, not even a filler because you enjoy it. So another feature that extends to what Churl does on his channel, I will say, no? But well, um, you're close to finishing this one campaign. After that, what is going to
Yes.
happen?
I do not currently have any. I'll not have any I'm in, despite really wanting to join a few more. So I'm going to try to limit it to games that are not large, slow multiplayer games. So either ones that will finish in a day, or are single player, or in some way I don't have to worry about thinking about it the next day and the next day and the next day, or spending 2 hours on a turn because I'll be playing this game for months, so I better spend the 2 hours now so I don't have to spend 6 hours tomorrow. But then it is like every day is 3 or 4 hours. It's so awful. Let's not talk about it. Let's go on.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's that's been me.
That's pretty much it, I guess. Then.
I've been doing some watercolor and art, but
Mhm,
not.
mhm.
Okay, that's what's up with me. You're at
No, no,
school.
no, no. Wait, wait,
Very, very
wait, wait,
cool.
wait, wait. Don't ignore what you were going to say. What's up with art?
I wasn't gonna say anything.
No,
Don't
no, 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 no. Art.
don't worry
How's
about
it
it.
going with art? What are you doing with art? What are you practicing with watercolors? What's up with that?
Well, I did a I've been doing them, so that's quite nice. I enjoy watercolor a lot. One of them was a self portrait, so I don't want to bring that up. But
Okay.
I have been doing a lot more art than I think I have. I keep telling myself, "Oh, you haven't made any progress today." Your tweets are pretty motivational. I gotta say, but I often don't notice that I actually am practicing a lot
Mhm.
because I don't feel like I'm doing the stuff that I want to do, or reaching the goal that I want to do. However, that is a perspective thing, I think.
Yeah.
So
I mean, in a sense, are you sharing art, the art that you're creating with others?
I'm really not. I'm not posting
Yeah.
it. I'm just drawing it, and I'm like, that itself is kind of wrong because I feel bad because I know how it is when there are people and I want to see their art. They might think it's awful or whatever, but I like it, and so I recognize that I should share it in case people like it.
I mean, besides
Yeah.
obviously, as you said, the self-portrait, everything else, I
Mm.
think will be fine. Or uh, you said self-portrait, so I guess you do realistic stuff and
I
such.
do. I don't have. That's another issue with my art that I feel I don't really have a style, which I think that's fine.
Mhm.
I just draw however I want, and it usually comes out some different way than how any other time I've ever done it. And I would like to develop a style, but I also could never see myself being constrained. Are you the kind of person who has commitment issues?
in in the sense of general or art, in which one?
Is it something for me? It's with a lot of stuff. It's not
Mhm.
limited to one thing or another. Like, it isn't like, oh, I specifically have commitment issues with this thing. I mean, partially like today, right? So we're gonna
Yeah.
play GURPS. This might be a good segue, but we're doing a single session, and it is going to be like standalone, right? So every episode I try to do when I do these things has been cut off. It's not like mid something happening, like maybe it ends on a cliffhanger or something, but the next episode you don't necessarily have to have been there for the last one, right? Is new stuff will be happening, and there won't be, and that relates to commitment issues. I don't like long campaigns where I feel really committed. If we never play another session, that'll be fine. If we play 5 more sessions, that would be awesome. But I don't have to feel afraid of commitment with it, you
Mhm.
know?
Yeah, I mean,
Anyway, should we hop in
okay, okay.
whenever you want?
Um, but yeah, just to get back to you on your question, I think I do have a little bit of I wouldn't directly call them that much of a big problem, but certainly there is a part of me that doesn't commit um, completely to everything that I do. But I think,
Uh,
or at the very least, I recognize on myself that part of these experiences doesn't only happen to be problems that exist because I don't wish to work on them, but rather because I force myself to not even think about those things that I need to do. So it ends up becoming
mhm.
almost an exercise of consciousness, I guess, to remind myself that I have obligations that I need to fulfill. And that in my case, I can motivate myself towards doing them when I take into consideration also the consequences of not working on those things. I mean, you pro if you were yeah, you went to school, so you probably had at that time the reminders of your family of, if you're not going to school, you're going to be a failure, or you're going to be somebody who's going to not have um, any future for yourself and such things. So
Yeah, they said that, and turns out it was also true.
I don't know. You had a
So there's something to be said for that. I had a lot of family conflict around such subjects. I I got kicked out at like 17 over them. Over I had a .5 GPA. Everyone had quite a lot of expectations for me, and kind of pushing out against that, and never feeling like I could commit to a career path or a life path in any way definitely influenced that. Um, I think a lot of that was that I'm not really scared of the bad consequences, because I live in America, and it's very easy to be homeless in America. I spent a lot of time working with the homeless, so I was like, oh man, I know all the tricks. I know where to get all the free shit. I know where to get the housing and be comfortable. I'm like, oh. Anyway,
Mhm.
let's play some GURPS.
Okay, okay.
A lot of that I spent so much time playing GURPS
Mhm,
instead of going to school. Like I went to school, but I wouldn't like study or do homework. I'd go over to my friend's house, and we'd stay up playing GURPS for like 2 days straight.
What? Like, what were you doing? Like, did you have some type of substance to stay up for so long? What?
I'm pretty good at staying up. I always have not needed very much sleep. When I was a baby, I wouldn't nap at nap times.
Mhm,
A lot of that goes back to this horrific nightmare I would have ever since I was born till
mhm.
I turned about 18. It was like one in every other night. I would have this nightmare that would make it impossible for me to sleep. So I got pretty good at staying awake.
Mhm. But um, I mean, kind of as a joke, but
Mm.
at the same time, no. When are we going to have an endurance stream then?
An endurance stream from me or an endurance collab? Because I'd
No,
be
no,
down.
no, no. An endurance stream from you. when
I
it's
mean, when Dominions dropped, I did like I think there's like a 14 or a 16-hour stream. I don't
yeah.
think those make very good content. There's a lot of things that people do that I don't think make very good content. Like when they have a subathon and they sleep like half the time. I don't even like special events. Um I there's yeah.
But let's say, for example, I think something very common is to have karaoke. You wouldn't do karaoke.
I do owe a karaoke. I owe a karaoke because
Yeah.
I had a collab and I told myself I would not bring up Dominions. And anytime I brought up Dominions, I would add a song to an ode karaoke. So I'm actually practicing.
Mhm.
I have a few songs which I am saving the karaoke stream for after my debut, which I do not know when that will be. But
It's in the works. Yeah.
no, it's not in the works at all. I've
Damn. But well, at the very least, it will happen someday. I guess.
You
I
know, if
don't
I
know.
had put the 800 hours from Dominions, must where's the karaoke? Uh, it's coming. It's coming. Must. It's coming. It's absolutely coming. Any day now. Must has blackmail, and so I. But I am practicing. I am practicing a few songs. It's really hard to find things that A I like and
Mhm.
B I can find a vocal list track, maybe not the exact
What?
uh track from the song,
Mhm.
but like a karaoke track.
Ah, yeah,
Because some of the stuff I like has so few viewers or fans or whatever, right?
yeah.
Sometimes I actually I'm reaching out to people. I'm like, hey, I love your song. I sing it to myself all the time. I'm 500 of your 700 listens. Can I do a karaoke with it? Can you give
Mhm.
People are very nice on SoundCloud, actually. I get sent messages on SoundCloud from artists who are like, "Hey, you're half my listener base. How can I improve my songs?" And then I'm way too shy to ever tell them any sort of response. Because
you
obviously, if I'm listening to it that much, it's clearly an earworm like crazy.
you host the artists.
But I've had to change my SoundCloud because I'm trying to make a SoundCloud that's like for streaming.
Mhm.
So I don't, because some of the songs I like, I'm one of two likes on the song or something. And my original SoundCloud has my like real name. So it's like I'm one of those crazy people who before I started streaming or before I got into the VTubers, honestly, everything online was my real full ass legal name.
Why?
My email, my because I have nothing to hide. My life, I have impeccable moral character. I stand by everything I've ever said or done. Um, so the only issue is if you are in any sort of public light, there are people who just might randomly hate you or whatever.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I mean, that's a
I actually
very
have a stalker IRL who has
what?
harassed me. They figured out, hey, I bet if I just type Churl's real name Gmail, that'll be him. And I'm like, oh, there you are. Well,
What? What? Are you in danger?
I almost got kidnapped once.
What the fuck, brother?
Yeah, I am in danger.
What?
I am in danger.
Is there a possibility for you to disappear one day? Do we need to be worried about June out of nowhere, never again streaming and talking anywhere? Then,
Well, you shouldn't be worried about such things because they're outside of your control. But
yeah, but I mean,
if you should not, you should definitely consider it a possibility as it is for all of us. I think that's kind of sad, the thought that someone you interact with all the time online might just get hit by a bus or something. Um,
no, I mean,
and then you'll never know, right?
there is a kind of a difference between this person might die out of nowhere and this guy that I know is being harassed by a cult or something of that sort. So he might die tomorrow. you know, and I might never see that guy again. Mm, And
Well, I have
it
like
is a
one or
threat.
two people in my online sphere who know what newspaper to look for the obituary in if I don't come back. So you'll at least hear eventually.
Okay, 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 okay.
If that makes it better, because it'd probably be some horrific obituary, like the result, like some of those true crime things. I was actually watching a documentary
Mhm.
on Equatorial Ghana today. Very interesting. They had like, as soon as they had independence, they had a vote and they voted in this guy, and then he immediately became an absolute crazy tyrant. And um, he constantly drank psychedelics, and like as like the leader of the country, constantly drinking psychedelics. He had this huge stadium, and he made people come to this stadium like it was the only stadium in the country, right?
Mhm.
It had been built by the Spanish right before they left. He played like pop songs over the loudspeakers as he executed everyone who was a dissident to him. And the people who just got executed were the lucky ones. Like a lot of them were forced to dig their own graves, be placed in the graves up to their heads, buried, and then have fire ants released to burrow through and kill them over the course of days. This is a country that the US
Mhm.
still recognizes and have diplomatic relations and was having diplomatic relations while this was going on, with no censoring of this, no condemning, even though they kicked out the U.S. diplomat. Anyway, I don't want to get heated
I
on
mean,
world politics. You know, it's the
mhm.
richest, it's the second richest country in the entire world after Luxembourg per GDP. If you anyone you know that little country in Africa per GDP, they're richer than. But all of it is in the hands of like 10 people or something. They have a giant reserve of oil, and everyone else in the country is basically a feudal slave in the North Korea style. It's far more oppressive than North Korea, but no one wants to touch the subject.
I mean, it is obviously a convenient thing to not talk about it after all, but I don't know. I don't think it is a problem you can solve here. Like, I understand the logic behind it, but at the same
The
time,
logic behind it,
yeah,
behind
not
not. I mean, yeah, not stirring the boat. I mean,
yeah, the different sides. I- If there are different desires that you want to fulfill, as in you have almost an interest on having so much control, and in this case, having so many things that make you feel like the king of the world, why would you want to resign your power on one hand? On the other,
absolutely.
if there are different benefits that you can get from one country, while you just ignore what one or two or 10 people are doing, why would you even talk about them, you know? But
Well, what one or two or 10 people are doing to a million people becomes perhaps.
yeah, yeah,
So I do get it. I mean, 10 sinners. Do you really want to punish 10 sinners? Come on.
yeah, yeah.
Anyway, I had actually been drawing some inspiration from some such modern political crisis
Mhm.
for some of the story we might tell today.
Okay, okay.
It'll depend on how things go.
We will have to see. We will see.
We'll have to see. Yeah.
But well, I damn that was smooth. We can we can go into groups then. We can go into the session.
Yeah, let's go into session.
um,
So we talked briefly, we kind of caught up. But let me tell you, I'll tell people where we are while you pull up the magma or whatever,
okay,
right?
there it is.
So Tupo escaped, or Dracardo, which is a name I love. Like, so many people have such hard times coming up with good names. But you've got Tupo, you got Dracardo. These are total Kino names.
Mhm.
So you wanted to leave this planet you were marooned on by your badass mercenary mother. And You managed to escape your Robinson Crusoe-esque jungle stranding, made it back to society, and managed to. Oh, we're on the. This is a great way to do an overlay. You made it back to society, you found some odd jobs, and you also managed to sell the produce from your time in the wilds. Also, my horn is blocking your beautiful eyes.
It is it is
The
only one, don't worry.
horns, the horns are so much trouble for collabs,
Yeah,
and like collabs are a huge part of what I want to do. It's kind of funny.
but I mean, they are
The
not
mom
really
is
a
hot.
problem.
The
Don't
mom is
worry.
very hot, and Tupo's very hot. Don't worry. And she might even come back into the session today. The session
Probably.
today is set in space, unlike the previous. Well, at least it's starting in space. The previous episodes were in space. The first one was on a vacation planet where Tupo made his way into the bowels of a giant stadium arena full of pop stars and not executions. So that would have been more Kino, perhaps,
Maybe.
maybe, and found some relics of a lost civilization. However, it wasn't really set in space. There wasn't much space adventure. But now, with your profit from selling your hats, you have booked yourself a cruise on a really high quality space liner for the region you believe, the lost ancient civilization, which was the original planet of the people who colonized this branch of the galaxy. So, in this setting, the ancestral human source is far away. Earth is nothing but a complete legend. People have videos from Earth. Earth content is still referenced. There are still videos and, words from Earth are still used that aren't very relevant anymore, but it is completely irrelevant to you. It's so far away, no one will ever see it. While there is faster than light travel, it's not that fast. And this original colony was established by like a outrunner, right? A single ship sent very, very far away with the start of the civilization and population that would inhabit much of your area. And it was thought to be semi-mythical, right? People thought that wasn't really how it was done. It was more done in waves, but you found some evidence that supports the hypothesis and might in fact be a map to the location on a cool ring that is depicted on your character sheet, and something else, which I have no idea what it is supposed to be. I think you got it glowing, some kind of artifact,
Yeah.
some kind of magical artifact. Which, on the pleasure cruise, let us start you off in the dining hall. It has been a couple days underway. Your journey is still a few weeks to the destination. It's a very far travel.
Okay.
If you remember, you found new evidence. You reinterpreted the data from the ring while you had your time in the jungle. You reinterpreted the data, and hopefully it's a lot better. Because last time you ended up in very much the wrong part of the galaxy. You are sipping on a lovely space beverage. You are enjoying the artificial gravity and a fine meal from the last planet you were on, because they have stocked up on supplies there, and you developed a taste for the local game while you were out there in the wilderness. It's a little bit more cooked than you're used to. The food is prepared quite masterfully. There are some spices from other realms, and you recognize in the dish some meat from your wonderful pets, which you have brought along. You have two strange six-legged pets that are creatures from the planet that you managed to tame back in your cabin. You have a nice window side cabin on this wonderful space liner. There is some kind of dome under the street. And yes, there is steam blowing off the back. Don't at me. It's space. Don't have to explain shit, okay? It's in the warp.
Okay.
there is a large it's a large dining hall, and all the other guests are quite well dressed. Space travel is not something done recreationally by the poor. It
Mhm.
it takes, quite a bit of money in galactic credits to finance space travel. While you might have gotten a job as a laborer on the ships, as we had discussed maybe doing, you made so much money that you were able to focus on your studies while you are traveling. But perhaps you might want to make friends with people on the ship, or perhaps you would like to explore the ship or work on some of your projects. It
Um,
might be a few weeks on board.
okay. I l- I think the most sensible thing in this case will be to first and foremost learn how much probably the whole journey is going to take. So that is the first action I will declare.
Learn what it's going to take.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, let's roll some dice to determine how long it's going to take.
Okay,
Space
okay.
travel in this setting, I have just now decided, is not so reliable that time always goes the same way. There's space fluctuations and storms in the warp, and perhaps there are regions you have to navigate around, the no-fly zones of the day.
So here we have
I'm gonna quickly
dices.
grab some hot water.
Okay,
Why don't
okay.
you roll the dice?
3d6.
3d6.
Okay, there it is. Just in case, because there is obviously some delay, result is 1, 3, and 6 equal 10.
Whatever that was, I didn't catch you. Sorry,
Okay, okay, okay.
I was
The,
getting water.
the results were 1, 3, 6, and the whole sum of this is 10.
10. Then
Yes.
it will take you 10 weeks.
10 weeks?
Yeah, 10 weeks. I mean, it's you're traveling through space. It's not that fast.
Okay, okay.
You're at like warp 4 or something.
Okay,
Do you
wait.
know how warp works in Star Trek?
Yeah, yeah. I remember that you can. They need
No, but
one.
do you know the mathematical speed of the warp?
Oh, no, no, I don't. That one I don't.
Warp 1 is light speed.
Uh huh.
Warp 2 is 2 times light speed, and then it's like logarithmic.
Okay.
Like 3 is 4, 4 is 8.
Mhm.
But yeah, 3 months through space, that's not very far. Come on.
No, but I mean,
Actually, it should be way longer.
wait, wait,
But
wait. Ad break. Not that you wanted to tell me. You
yes,
wanted
ad
me to
break.
tell you.
So we're
Sorry.
yapping. No one can hear. No, only the subs can hear this. But or the VOD watchers, based
Yeah,
VOD
yeah,
watchers,
yeah.
your heroes VOD watchers, and we should.
Mhm.
Um, um, um. Do you have a YouTube?
Yes, yes, I have one. Well,
Okay,
why?
we'll
Well.
make sure to.
Mhm.
Well, I've got the other sessions as highlights, so we could put them up on your channel with this one, or we can just save them all, and then eventually we'll have one really big
Oh,
video. It's like 50 hours.
I would prefer to do the the second one. No, 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 no. The first one of uploading
50
them.
hours one?
No, 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 no. No, because my PC is going to crash. I can see it already. I don't think it will be capable of uploading so much. I would prefer the
Ah,
first one slowly. I mean, it would be nice. I, if we're talking about it, I remember that when I did similar things in other occasions, what I did was not only try to, let's say, have my particular videos, but also to add other videos to the playlist that were from the people. So if you have your own channel, you, I can add
I
those.
do, but it's awful.
Why? You don't upload stuff?
Because there's Dominions content there. Nothing quality should be forced to share share space with that
But
stuff,
you
okay?
just need a playlist. That's why they exist. You separate the content in playlist, you
No, no,
know?
no, 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 no. That's not why playlists exist. Playlists exist for
Uh-huh.
gaming the system. Okay?
What?
Playlists exist for gaming the system, especially
Uh-huh.
if you are a fan of something. If you're a fan of
What?
somebody, you know what you should do? You should okay, so the YouTube's got some cool stuff. I don't do it because my channel sucks and it's got Dominions content. I don't want to push that to people. But say I really like Tupo,
Yeah?
okay? I do. I really like Tupo, and I like this GURPS RPG thing, right? So I could make a playlist of a variety of people's sessions. You know, not one of those playlists that's like on your channel,
Yeah?
but a playlist that is like my own. Like you know how people do like those song playlists, and it'll be like 50 songs or 100 songs or whatever, right?
Yeah?
And they'll be all different channels. If you put someone in those, it'll vastly boost their algorithm because when people look for the other stuff, so you can be like, oh, this one with like, you know, I put in Critical Role or whatever
Oh, yeah.
alongside my
Yeah.
Tupo videos, and then people will be like, oh, it automatically will play through. And then anyway, you also should never have
Mhm.
your YouTube videos shown to your subscribers. It
What?
should never push. You should not inform the people who are into your channel that you have put out new content. YouTube actively punishes you for doing so.
What are
And wanna
Where
know
did
why
you
that
learn
works?
this one? I get what you're trying to say, but I am pretty sure somebody like Mr. Beast does that. What are you talking about?
Well, Mr. Beats doesn't have anywhere to grow. So,
I don't
um,
know. But
he's got I mean, I don't are you sure he does? I don't follow him. But the logic behind it, and I mean like Mr. Beast isn't dropping off, right, or whatever,
yeah.
but is the YouTube algorithm sees that the number of people who saw your notification and the number of people who watched it, there's like a difference, right? Whereas if people watch your thing and nobody got informed because you told them somewhere else, you told them on Twitter, you told them on your YouTube, they were just checking it out, then that won't hurt you. But if you have like dead subs or whatever, and you know
Oh,
that
yeah.
that is
I
shown,
I think I get what
then
you're saying now. I was
right
thinking you were talking about advertising the videos you made out of YouTube, outside of YouTube.
on YouTube system, they
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
like that. They
yeah.
don't like you to actually advertise via YouTube. I don't know why. Maybe this has changed. You know, YouTube changes their thing every day. It's not like I ever do any of this. I
I don't know.
hardly I can't even be bothered to post a highlight.
But you could make it. That is,
I could. I
yeah,
could.
yeah,
He's so easy.
yeah.
That's the issue. Anyway, I'm sure the ad break's over.
Yeah,
Welcome,
yeah.
welcome back.
Welcome everyone.
We're just gonna yap whenever there's an ad break. So yeah.
Well, going
So
back to
you're on a
this.
ship. You it's gonna be 10 space weeks,
Mhm,
however long that is. 10 space weeks. In
mhm.
our last game, we were doing some sort of passing the time mini game while you were in camp. Now we're on a ship, but I wouldn't get that comfortable. Things are gonna happen here. But
Yeah, I mean, I also had some plans when they said ship. I mean, um,
what should we name this? Anyone in chat got ship name ideas for a interstellar liner?
this is
Should be ISS
I. Ah, no, why?
for
International.
interstellar.
Ah, okay, Interstellar. I get it. But I don't know. Um, yeah, let people decide. Meanwhile,
Yeah, yeah.
I I was going to say this, um,
Actually, if
because
you're okay with
Mhm.
having your name used for characters in game, feel free to throw out to say that, chat. Say you're okay with
Oh yeah, please. I mean,
it.
if not, we can literally choose. There is, if they don't say nothing, we can force them to appear anyways. You know?
Oh, force them. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah. Especially for like nameless victims in the crowd.
yeah.
So you're studying your route
Mhm, mhm.
essentially for your first week. which is something you're incredibly good at. If we go back to the skill page,
Yeah.
you have Study of the Galactic Area, and you have navigation skills that are quite nice. Actually, you might be able to get there faster if you were to help out the captain.
Very,
You could
very
probably
nice.
you could probably shorten the time. Your skill level in navigation is about as good as you could get.
Okay, okay.
Probably a lot higher than a Starliner's crew.
Mm, I get it, I get it. But I was going to say, um, Drakara is somebody who's born from a mercenary. And as
Yeah,
mercenaries
he was
do,
born into life.
there is certainly a habit of not being so attached to what is um, a possibility of gaining an advantage in certain situations. And although what we might have here might seem to be innocent people, sometimes
Oh.
um, sacrifices could be made. So, thinking about this,
Sacrifices?
uh,
Maybe if you chuck them overboard, you'll get there faster.
probably. But the real question is, can we check how many guards and, or at the very
Oh!
least, which
Oh!
level of security there is here?
You could absolutely make that roll. In fact, I think you might even have a relevant skill. You
Mhm,
have a level in espionage. The way my rule light system
mhm,
works with GURPS, I did a GURP stream where I was far more by the book, with the non-rule light version, and the entire 4 hour stream was just making a character because there's so much to that. In my system, if you the base skill, that means you have uh, like you would have invested points in it based on your base stats. The way GURPS works is there's like base stats, and then there's skills that are derivative of such a thing. And you have an espionage skill. So your IQ is 13. You have the espionage skill. So roll under 14.
uh, okay, just in case, yeah, 3d6. We are right on that.
3d6 every
Okay, okay,
time, unless I
okay.
say something specifically otherwise.
uh,
It'll be 3d6.
okay, okay. We, yeah, I guess we can make it. Roll, just in case. The result is 7. Um,
The 7?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. So do you remember how the dice roll curve works?
I.
For the audience, this is really me asking. So
Mhm,
3d6, half the time it'll be 10 or below,
mhm,
and then each number off from 10,
mhm,
and then half the time it'll be 11 or above. Every number off from that becomes is quite different. So 9 is 15% difference, 8 is 10% difference. So a 7 is a fairly good roll. Um, You make a very thorough investigation of the ship. You spend the first week casing it, basically. You
yeah.
check in on different people. You wonder if maybe there are some hidden, like sky marshals. I don't know if you've ever been on a plane or with a plane with a sky marshal. I mean, any plane nowadays has a sky marshal. It's basically like a plane's clothes officer. They're allowed
Mhm,
to carry guns onto the ship and such.
mhm,
So
mhm.
you actually discover that yes, there is a sky marshal, but there's only one, and they seem more interested in enjoying the paid for vacation, or maybe that's just them being very good at going undercover. But you noticed them handing a few things off, some discs. No, I don't think they're using CDs in this day and age.
No.
uh, some handwritten books. No, no, no.
No.
Yeah. You saw him on his smartphone, and you saw his Discord, and he was messaging the captain. So he
Okay.
was messaging them, but he didn't seem to be alerted to you. You were very undercover. You're pretty sure.
Okay.
You
Okay.
notice that there are 4 security guards on the whole ship
Mhm,
because it's not considered very high risk, and that they are in shifts, and that they're not changing up their routine. You know when they move, you know where they go. They seem to do it fairly often. The only exception is on the weekends when there is a really big feast in the dining hall,
Yeah.
and then they will all be on staff during then, so that two can be in the hall and two guarding the bridge, which
Okay.
is
Okay.
the captain's quarters.
I see.
You feel that you could probably kill all five of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
If that was your goal, you don't know how the other passengers might react in such a situation. Some of them might be formidable on their own, perhaps even more formidable.
there are people who look dangerous then.
Yes, while you are investigating,
Hmm.
you notice a married couple. At least that seems to be what they are. But you notice that well, I don't know, wedding bands in a place thousands of years. The wedding brooch. No, no, no. The wedding tattoo is very fresh.
Hmm.
Yes, in this day and age, you get a very gauche tattoo of your married person on your chest. That's how you show your affection
Hmm.
and legal marriage, at least in this sector. And it seems very fresh. So perhaps it's just part of their cover. But you notice that they move, look, and talk like you do. They seem to have something of the mercurial mercenary in their behavior. Perhaps they are also combat trained, and they do seem to also be looking around and noticing the officers on board.
Wait, 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 wait. You said that they look specifically from my kind of um, mercenary family, or did I?
Not your
Oh,
family
okay, okay.
specifically. I mean, you don't recognize them, but you a merc knows a merc,
No, yeah.
right?
I mean, from the group that we were. That's what I meant. Were they?
They're not from your group specifically,
Okay,
but
okay.
your class of people.
Hmm.
Or maybe they are from your group specifically. You haven't been there in a while. It's probably been like a year or something. You're on that planet for a while. So that's how you spend your first
Yeah.
week.
How many people is there on the board? We can say, or we can approximate.
On the ship?
Yeah.
Yes, you count exactly how many people at least appear.
Uh-huh.
Not anyone who might like be locked in their cabin, and you've never seen the captain.
Hmm.
He seems to be, or you see a captain, but not the pilot. The pilot seems to be always in the and if there's multiple pilots, they always seem to be in the bridge.
Hmm.
There are 56
Holy
passengers.
fuck! No, I.
There are six there are six uh staff that you see.
Mhm.
There's one person who operates all the uh automated cooking gadgets and pushes the button on the automated pool cleaner, and then there's the four security guards, and then you do see the captain.
Mhm.
But he seems mostly a figurative sort of party guy. The captain seems mostly there so that people can hang out with the captain at his table.
Mhm. So he's very chatty, basically. Yeah.
He's very chatty. Yep.
Okay.
But
Okay.
he yaps all the time. He'd make a good VTuber.
Maybe he's in that day and age. You never know. Eh,
True, true.
hmm.
You
Hmm.
never know today either. Anyone could be.
Probably. But
He's unbelievably charming. It's
I would. I, this is hard. I don't
hard to
remember
decide what
this
to
one.
do. Are you
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
torn between seizing the ship or something?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I am thinking, and
Yeah.
I am questioning. d- Is there a common language that mercenaries can speak, or a sort of
Oh,
secret
is
code?
there a code?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, there are languages.
Mhm.
There are secret signs. You know, if one merc runs into another one, they can flash their special hand sign, do a little handshake, and say basically, "Let's not kill each other. We're both just
Mhm.
getting paid." Right?
Mm.
And so you could try to signal these people.
Yeah.
You know, it's more like a cipher. You're not talking in some strange language. It's you're talking behind the you know, you're saying words that they understand. They're picking up what you're laying down, but other people wouldn't know what you're
Yeah, yeah.
saying.
I guess then it would be the best to not risk it so far because it seems there are too many people. It would be a
No, no,
suicidal
no.
move.
56 people. You could kill all of those.
How? What? It is possible. How?
You got a laser rifle.
But
You
what
got
I
a
mean,
laser knife. And you're hard, man. You're tough. They won't put up a fight.
wouldn't that be like
It'd be very hard to do.
no,
It would.
I mean,
I mean,
besides doing
maybe
it,
with the other two mercs.
yeah, yeah, probably. But besides doing it, wouldn't there be like a system that will alert that 56 people died out of nowhere? Or not?
Oh, in this universe, there's no faster than light communication.
Oh, oh, let me roll for the kill, everyone. Then, how do I do it?
Yeah, okay, okay. You'll
Eh,
have to role play through that. You can't just simply
okay.
roll for killing them all. Though perhaps you might take advantage of your skill in.
Mhm.
Hmm, hmm, I don't see any skill in like strategy to come up with a plan, but you could try to come up with a plan.
Yeah, yeah.
You are a skilled person on a ship. Uh, you are a skilled pilot, but how to do this, you're not really quite sure.
Well, I mean,
Maybe those other mercenaries might give you some advice or might be able to work with you if you could meet up with them.
that is basically the move here. The first one will be to go and talk to them and try to, as we
Okay, you
say.
have a fast talk skill.
Mhm,
So roll
mhm.
for shooting under 14 here.
Okay, one second. I guess I shouldn't ask which dice. There it is.
Yep, you should not ask which dice.
10.
Ooh, 10?
Yes.
Yes.
S-
Very good.
So,
Um
mhm,
you make contact with them over over the backgammon table. You play a few rounds and you signal to them that you also kind of know, and you see them and you recognize them for what they are. They are surprised.
mhm,
Um, the lady, she has brilliant red hair in braids. She's got thick shoulders and bedazzled leather. She comments on your wonderful and very stylish hat.
mhm,
This is yeah. Um, the man seems a little bit upset that you're there, and he asks if you're getting off on any sort of near stop.
mhm, mhm.
There are going to be stops along the way, so that might alert people if they don't show. But there's not really much anyone can do about it. Space crime. If you just get away, it's very hard to catch anyone. Roll to seduce, Polly says. Try to get a threesome with the married couple. You could try for it.
What? Will you
You do
do
have
it?
you do have a fashion skill, even. You
No, no, no.
no, 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 no.
No, that's not the goal here.
Okay.
We don't need some ERP.
Are you gonna try to convince them to work with you?
Yeah, that's the question. Do we need to roll again? Because the goal is after we reveal, or after I reveal that I am a mercenary, they also obviously know that I am maybe not with them exactly. We're not from the same crew of or mercenary family,
Yes.
but we have a common background, and there, because of that same thing, there is the possibility of helping each other. In this case, it would be incredibly amazing to have not to deal with directly 66, 56 people, but rather to each one of us maybe kill, I don't know, 20 or so, you
Well, you
know?
don't have to kill them all, right? Like you can just capture them. However, they pick up what you're lying down. They invite you back to their room. So perhaps they might try to kill you in there.
Yeah, yeah. Can we do a roll to check something like
Okay. To make a to know their motives. Yeah, go ahead.
okay, no question
However, if
asked.
you roll
Mhm,
poorly,
mhm.
you will have to role play it that you did not perceive correctly.
Okay, 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 okay. Once again, no, no change on the dices.
Never.
Okay, okay.
How do I roll for fentanyl in the air supply?
Holy shit.
Uh, I mean, there is like an air supply. Potato has is well set up to kill people on board a on a enclosed space. Polly, when did you get so lewd, Polly? Come on.
It's police so the roll. We are fucking dead, my
Also,
brother.
chat's not on stream. Chat's not on
It
stream.
isn't on stream.
Tupo,
It is on
chat's not on
screen.
stream.
Ah, you're blocking it.
Oh, right. It doesn't show up forever, right?
There it is. You're blocking it.
I
You're
am blocking
the
it.
problem here. No.
I block you. I block chat.
But
That's
well,
okay. Stay owned. Stay owned, chat.
the problem now is result
What did you
was
roll?
13.
You rolled pretty bad.
Yeah.
13.
Yeah.
Okay. You think you think that they might be dangerous,
Okay,
but
okay.
you also did just kind of tip your hand. So
Mhm, mhm.
maybe you offer them some other place to meet up. Leave me alone, okay? I like red hair. Based. I also like the redheads. You know, you never trust a redhead. That's what they say.
What?
I learned that from many redheads. So
What? But well,
never trust them. They're very notorious. You know, there aren't enough redheaded, at least not enough redheaded like cute girl VTubers. I feel like red's a hard color to use. And with guys, I would have probably gone for like red hair because I love red hair. But red on like, you know,
mhm.
red's kind of cringe, okay?
I mean,
When some people use it. It's very good for some people. Anyway, what do you do with these people? What do you do with these mercs? How do you engage with them?
I can we roll for persuasion then to try
You
and
not right now. You've made your fast talk roll. Make a
okay, okay.
choice.
I
Tupo's really fond of trying to improve every outcome by
yeah,
making many rolls.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, yeah. If it is a possibility, I will do it. Don't
if
even
it is a
doubt it.
possibility of getting an edge, red highlights, yeah, red highlights work. IRL, well, I recently cut my hair, but I had red what is it? Henna? I interwove my hair with henna. Oh, the beautiful gleam you get. I highly recommend henna for anyone who wants red hair. It doesn't damage the hair like every other kind of dye. Anyway,
Wait, I just want to say, why does everyone have problem with the redheads? I think they are pretty cool. But anyways, yeah, I guess.
they're pretty cool. Just don't trust them.
Why? Anyways, I guess trying to de-escalate the situation a little bit, um, Drakkar suggests in this occasion that it might be a little bit dangerous to meet up so out of nowhere when we have so many eyes around us that might not be directly watching what we do, but will probably notice if out of nowhere three completely or a pair and a third completely unrelated guy goes to one room because this isn't a place for real Indulgement
No,
of
no, no. This ship
vices.
has plenty of swingers. This ship has plenty of
Oh, what?
swingers. They'll just think you're
Fuck.
going for a threesome.
Yeah, okay. Then, I, I,
You make an excuse. I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You tell them that you don't think now is the right time. Well, you bought yourself some time. They
Mhm,
agree, but they tell you
mhm.
that if you don't want to work with them,
Yeah.
you better get off at the next stop for your own good.
Okay, okay. No, wait. Did I completely turn them off, or can I still go with them to the room to arrange?
You could still you have some time, but
Okay, okay, okay,
you
okay,
managed
okay.
to avoid going to with the room today
No, no, no,
unless
no.
you change your mind and you want to go.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're
They
going.
tell you their room number. Okay,
We're
you go. You go.
wait,
Okay.
wait. No, relax, my brother. We are taking out the knife, and we are doing an stealth entrance to the room because we want to kill people already. We don't need observers. No? We don't need people who will snitch out on what is going to happen here. Um, do I make a roll?
So what are you attempting to do
Killing them
with your knife? You're going to kill them?
stealthily. Yeah,
Okay. You're going into it with a combat motive.
yeah,
So you make an excuse to go back to your room first.
yeah,
And in your room, what do we find? Well, you are lovingly greeted by your wonderful six-legged pets.
yeah.
Previously, they were named after people who came by our last chat, Kotaru and Whiplash, and they were your lovely pack animals. They have been brought. You have one of the nicest staterooms on the ship. You have taken a hobby in fashion while you're on the planet. So you did a lot of fur manipulating, a lot of leather working, and so you have some of that stuff. And hidden within your leather rolls, there is your laser rifle, your vibro knife,
Yeah.
as well as some garrote wire. You are prepared. In your knife skill, for the record, is very good, as is your rifle. You also pull out your, thin, very lightweight, uh, carbon fiber t-shirt shirts, which are armor of some kind. You prepare yourself. You perform your pre-combat rituals and say goodbye to your lovely pets unless you don't make it back.
Very well.
But
Very
you
well.
know their room number.
Mhm.
You can pick your time, right? You might wait and try to get them in their room. You might try to get one of them alone.
Well, I mean,
How do you want to proceed? And of course, it's not really up to you. They can move around and yeah.
yeah. Just in case, I think it is a pretty good idea to try and go at what will be the ship like 5 a.m. or such, taking into consideration that normal people has a regular sleeping schedule. So I guess they will also be sleeping.
Not us. Well, unfortunately, on the ship, fortunately and unfortunately, on the ship is always kind of it's not a day night. Actually, no. There's a day night cycle.
Yeah.
People like that. So the ship does try to live by that at least somewhat. Okay. So you go early morning. You know the routine of the guards. You know they're not it's the longest time period you will have to get into their room. Do you bring your rifle? You'll have no chance of like an alibi if people find you or hiding it.
I,
You might be able to convince people that it was the right thing to do to kill these people, but you won't be able to hide it. It's too large.
oh
It's a
yeah,
very large weapon.
unnecessarily. Yeah.
It could probably blast through the wall to their room, and it would definitely be strong enough to decompress the ship if you were to miss and hit the exterior hull. So, or the glass windows which line the walkways. Or you can just take the knife and you might be able to get closer to them.
Oh yeah, I will prefer only to take the knife. I think it is too much of a risk, and obviously, what you said before, people will notice, and we don't need people noticing that somebody is walking with a knife, with a rifle in their hands.
Right.
So
You risk it being
yeah, but wait, Joel. What you wanted to
yes.
know also is happening at the break. So,
Oh yes, 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 yes.
um,
Excellent.
I don't know. So
I
far,
mean,
mhm.
yeah. How's it going?
Yeah, I think so far it
I'm
seems.
really I really love this turn it's taken. This is exactly what I was saying, that you're a very original player.
I don't know. I think I orient myself towards violence. I think in this case, it is pretty obvious if I haven't said it
Uh
before, but it will be a very big benefit to have the whole ship just to myself, So it seems
yeah, I
like a
mean a
nice idea.
spaceship is an unbelievably valuable prize.
Yeah. So trying to go for that is probably good. But I don't
I mean,
know.
if you can do it, yeah. I mean,
I
yeah, that'd be by far the best thing that could possibly happen to you is to have your own pleasure cruise or interstellar spaceship, and you can just take it straight to your target and not have to worry about it.
yeah.
Not have to worry about stops and things. Be there much faster this way.
I mean, not only that, if I have to be real with you, it also is kind of dangerous to play around with a very obviously stolen ship that has the names of um, the different things that are for, let's say, those areas, the cruises and such that are very recognizable by design. So maybe selling it later on, but it is still a good tool to have in hands. And I don't know, I yet feel like there is very much a threat, and I don't really get to observe if it will be a possibility to try and risk it so much. Um, but I think it will be a good turn of events, this one, I believe. Will
Taking a ship. I mean, if you
Yeah,
pull it
no, no,
off,
no, no,
it'll
no.
be a very good turn of events.
Killing these guys. I don't.
Killing these guys, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
I think. I hope. I don't know. The problem is I don't know.
That's the problem with mercs,
Yeah,
they just kill each other. Okay, so I break over, I assume.
yeah.
Okay, Tupo has chosen to go to their rooms and attempt to kill them. So you are now standing outside the room. Or actually, let's make a roll here.
Okay,
Let's make a
okay.
roll. Let's see. Perhaps you might run into someone on the way there.
Yeah. Okay, roll. Um, 9.
9? Very
Yeah,
good.
that is the result. 9. So,
All right. Okay. So 9, you managed to make it to the room unhindered. You are now standing outside it. They are probably either asleep or on watch. Either way, um, you may knock or you could attempt to break in. Your knife is a very, very strong weapon. It is a blade that vibrates back and forth very quickly and has a heat element to it. So you should be able to uh, cut through the door handle very quickly, but
mhm.
not instantaneously. You might attempt to kick it down. It's probably thoroughly made, but you're pretty strong, 13 strength. You might have a chance.
I mean, it, the knife will probably make less noise than directly breaking something, no?
It'll make less noise until it's chopped in. I mean, yeah, we'll make less noise than kicking down the door.
Okay,
It'll
okay.
make some amount of noise when it's cutting through the thing, or you could attempt to lock pick it. Except for that, locks aren't used. It's like electronic stuff.
Yeah.
So perhaps you want to make a. You could have tried to steal their. You could try to break through the security. I guess we could make that an espionage roll
Mm.
to get into the room
But
and get through the door. But you might alert. You might like
yeah.
trigger something.
That's the problem. It isn't that much of a basic ship, so
Yeah.
we're having risks here.
Breaking through the door probably wouldn't require a roll even. With the knife. Cutting through with the knife
No, okay, yeah.
probably will.
Then no more questions needed. I break the door with the knife. That's the first step here.
Yeah. It's just it will, there's not much you can say to them or like a police officer is like, yeah, well, I cut through the knife. Anyway, you cut through the door and make your entrance, I assume?
Yes.
All right. You come into the room. It is not as grand as yours, and there is a smell of smoke in the air. Smoke and alcohol. The beautiful red-headed woman is passed out with a bottle of a gorgeous crystal decanter by her side and a absinthe glass on the floor. And the
man?
the man is sitting at a desk, and he's got a chart in front of him and a model, and he's got some photos pinned to the wall. Some are very bright blue, and you don't really have enough time to make it out because he sees you and he starts to reach for a gun.
Okay, no. Instantly run and try to kill him first.
Okay, you have a dexterity skill of 14 and
Yeah.
an HT skill. You have a very high dexterity and a very high health. So your initiative in this situation is going to be pretty good. You do get the first move, so you attempt a move and attack. So you are going to roll with your knife skill, and your
Yeah.
knife skill is very high. You may attempt a targeted strike. So your knife skill in a normal roll is 18. So the only time you'll fail is a critical failure. You'll actually have an increased odds of a critical success because your skill is so high. But you can lower your odds, which your odds are very good, even if you lower them, to try to make a more dangerous attack, right? So just a general attack is just going to be, a general attack. But you could say, I want to go for the head. I want to go for the arm that is reaching for the gun,
Oh
right?
no, kind of obvious. I want to
But it
go
would
for
make
the
it
throat
slightly harder
then
to do.
directly.
You want to go for the throat.
Yeah.
Well, a throat is not the hardest roll. It's not an eye. It will have something of a penalty, but you should be able to pull it off. You are a very experienced mercenary. You spend a lot of time fighting and training with the others. This will be the first time getting to put it to use, killing a man in cold blood, or I guess this is kind of hot blood. So make a roll, 3d6.
Okay. There we go. Rolled. 10.
10.
Yeah.
You had to make a 12. You get to now make one of the few non 3d6 rolls. So roll a single. Oh, I should ask, are you thrusting or are you slashing?
I also need to ask, would we slashing directly cut off his head? No, right?
You still have to roll the damage.
We will see. Slash then.
So you could slash.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll a single dice, a single d6.
Okay. Rolled a 4.
All right. With the bonus on the knife and with a slashing attack on the throat, a sheet of blood comes out and sprays onto your face. You slit his throat. It gets on your hat and your clothes, and his head peels back at the throat. And he is not quite dead, though, because a slash to the throat doesn't instantly kill you. And he grabs his gun and he aims it at you. You can attempt a parry against a gun in such a close melee environment, or you could try to dodge it.
I think
or
it is.
you could. No, those are probably it.
I think it is kind of dangerous. What can the berry be utilized to also redirect where he's going to shoot, like grabbing his hand?
Well, you would probably pair it with your best roll for pairing is going to be with the knife
Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah.
because you're so skilled with the knife.
Mm, but wait.
He's going to be taking a penalty to his rolls
Mhm.
from the pain of having his throat slit.
But it doesn't
But
mean that I can't
he
really manipulate his hands.
he is a badass, right? He is a badass mercenary, even though I never described him.
Or
In GURPS, a combat round is a single second.
okay.
So he's pulling a gun on you and you just slit his throat. So you don't it'd be very hard for you to grab his hand, but you could attempt to hit it back with the knife or hit it with your arm. You could attempt some sort of like grappling parry. It won't take long until he's dead if you did just restrain him.
Mhm.
Polly is right. It could, in fact, be problematic if he shoots and hits the wall.
But
You might have to attempt to manipulate his hand and aim the gun downward.
I kind of. I wanted to grab his hand and make it so that he aims at his wife. You know?
You want him to shoot his own wife. You are fucked up and evil. All right, make a 3d6 roll.
Yeah.
I get your dexterity is quite good. Your strength is fairly good. He's fairly strong, but he did just have his throat slit. So
There it is. 11.
11.
Yeah.
You grab him and you grapple with him, but you don't make him shoot his own wife. The shot fires wide and hits the hole and it hits the wall of the cabin, blows out and hits the wall on the outside. Crack forms and the space begins to decompress.
Holy fucking shit.
The room activates, emergency situation begins, and sirens start to go off. Shutters and cordons come down in the hallways. The room you are in has a wall immediately drop, sealing you in the room,
Mhm.
and outside in the hall, the room immediately out the hallway immediately outside of this room decompresses. The man dies, as
Okay.
he would. His wife stirs, but she seems passed out in a drunken stupor. She's not quite sure what's going on. She says, "Turn off the alarm."
Uh, I I don't think there is time for a real response here because the guards are going to arrive pretty soon because of this. So before Steven gets to really think about anything, I go and stab her directly in the chest.
Man, Tupo is cold. Well, you don't have to make a roll for such an execution. They both lie dead. And now you can survey the room. Maybe I should make this. No, you can make the roll. Don't
Okay.
try to make like 20 rolls. This is your perception roll to find things, okay?
Don't worry.
So just because you didn't find things, you don't go, "Oh, I'll make another one,
Okay.
another one," you
But
know.
which one? 3d6?
3d6,
Okay, okay.
3d6, yeah.
Because, well, I mean,
Every time,
wait. You also
what?
mentioned that I saw him doing something on his desk. So isn't that kind of a
Right.
clue?
You will see a lot of things even with a very bad roll.
Oh, okay.
If you make a very, very bad roll, you might get totally wrong information,
Okay,
but you'll definitely have some plot hooks, right?
okay. Um, let
Or
me.
false plot hooks.
Fuck. Result is
Oh,
13.
13?
Yeah.
All right. Uh you see it, well, you are pretty smart. Your IQ is 13. You'll you okay. You quickly take in these surroundings, okay? On the desk, you see a coordinate map and you see an X and you see a diagram of the ship and its weak points. Perhaps they were planning something similar to your own, but judging by the weak points, it wasn't designed to be taken over from inside. Perhaps they were going to meet up with someone. They were talking about the next stop, so perhaps there was going to be, perhaps they were going to hand off info. You think that might have been what was going on, and you see what you think is the reason that they were going to do so. On the wall, there is photos of a glowing object and what appears to be the ship's hold. You saw some parts of this, but you never saw this thing while you were investigating. Seems to be some kind of very precious cargo is being transported on the ship, and you make another roll.
And the same? 3, 6.
Always the same.
Okay.
Always the same, unless I say otherwise. Always the same.
Oh, get fuck. 4.
4?
4.
You immediately recognize the objects. They are from the culture you are looking for.
What? Amazing.
Yes, they are treasures from the civilization you are after. And while you don't know everything in there, you do recognize a few of them and their uses, and you see some various signs and language that was from the underground beneath the stadium you had investigated. You also make out some other contextual clues from the things around the room, and related to that, you realize that these are people who were set on this goose chase by yourself. They are
What?
here because you made your mom think about this place, and it is now being sought after in the mercenary group. You find a reward, a very large reward for these things, and you see that it is signed by your mother.
Ah, okay. But they were part of my crew then, yes.
They
So,
were not part of your crew. They're private people,
mhm.
or they're some part of something, and they were after it for the money,
So I think
right?
it is
They're
kind
not
of
after it
logical
because they're working for it.
to think that the information is completely out there now, right?
Not completely out there,
I
they're
mean, in
keeping
the
it hush
mercenary
hush
world.
in the mercenary world, right?
Yeah.
And perhaps it actually, that perhaps in the worst possible sphere, it could be out there. You might be competing with half the mercs in the system to find this place.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now the initiative is on you. The artifacts are in this hold. You are the last merc standing on this ship. All you have to do is kill the others, the guards, and seize the ship or seize the cargo. You see that they had on their diagrams where the as you'll see on the side of the ship, there is a uh,
Mhm,
emergency. There's like a life vessel, which perhaps
mhm,
you could try to get.
mhm. Uh, a vessel as in a little ship, right?
It's a little ship. Yep.
Okay, good.
Probably not
Mm.
as fast, but you could load it up and escape, and perhaps
But
make it
wait,
there very slowly, but more secretly.
with so much information, isn't it kind of ex- yeah, isn't it kind of obvious where are we placed right now? So that
What what was
I
that?
would I know with information that we can see here and with the diagrams and all of that, where are we in the universe or eh, um, in the space?
Oh, that's actually an amazing fact. Since you got a critical success,
Mhm,
actually, on a role that you're very good at, you this is your study of the galactic area
mhm,
on a subject that you're very specific on. Actually, you merely look at the photographs of the
mhm,
objects, and you know where the system is.
mhm.
You don't actually need to go rescue them. There might be uses in them. There might be valuable things, but you could probably get there on your own now.
Okay, yeah. So
Just off the folder of the intel these people have gathered.
I am,
Provided you can get away with from this area where there's the decompressed hull and there's these dead bodies,
yeah,
which maybe you
that is the
can.
question. I am locked in the room, right? Because of the decompression.
The room has sealed.
Okay.
Yes. Now there are there are walls that are not on the other side of decompressed, you could cut your way into someone else's room.
But no, wait, wait,
You
wait,
could
wait,
you could
wait. The gun. Did it have only one ammunition?
the gun.
Yeah,
No, you now have the gun. In fact, let's see. There's a variety of useful things in the room
yeah.
that you might benefit from grabbing.
Mhm.
There's a couple revolvers,
Yeah,
space revolvers. They shoot lasers.
like the
They
ones,
use batteries as a revolver bullets.
but like
Don't
the
think
one
about
that
it too much.
destroyed the wall.
The wall. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I those I take
So you
them.
can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, yeah.
You take okay. You strap on a bandolier, and you grab all of the guns you could find in the room. And in fact, there were three.
Okay.
Three.
You pretty much described what is the next action. I don't strap directly the three. I strapped only two, and with one of
Okay,
them
and
in my hand, I blow up a wall.
you blow up a wall.
Yeah. And
Okay. So do you studied the ship, so
yeah.
you have a fair amount of knowledge. You can either blast into one of the rooms on either side, and you actually have some knowledge of the people in those rooms,
Mhm.
or you could blast into a maintenance shaft that goes nearby, goes on the other side of the wall, or you could get into the kitchen service corridor,
Mhm.
which is below you by
Uh,
blasting down
the question is, which one will get me the fastest to my that one?
to your room.
Yeah.
Um, Fastest would probably be one of the other passengers,
Yeah. Okay.
because then you could go out their door, make it down the corridor. You might run into a guard, but
No, no, no problem. No problem. The guards directly into. Let's say
no problem. Guards, no problem for Tupo.
uh, directly into the right wall, banging an uninvited into a new room, entering
Well,
with.
the people next door
Mhm,
were obviously alerted by the sirens. They were
mhm.
enjoying. Ooh, excuse me.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry,
They
don't
were
worry.
enjoying a nice evening at home.
Mhm.
Uh, uh, you find them naked. It's a larger gentleman. He is lounging around in his boxers, eating chips out of a giant bowl and a giant pile of ranch, and he's watching old recordings of VTubers karaoke on his from the Earth days. Very popular. Those are
Mhm.
on a TV broadcast, and he's like, "Whoa!" and he spills the chips all over.
Okay. Does
Are you
he?
gonna kill this guy?
Wait, wait, wait. Does he
I
seem?
just feel like you're probably gonna kill him.
Does he seem dangerous?
No, he does not seem very dangerous to
Okay,
you.
then
No, 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 no.
I shoot him in the hand. Only in the
In the
hand.
hand.
Yeah, yeah,
Only in the hand.
yeah,
This
yeah.
guy gets off easy. Well, you're not so good with pistols as you are with guns, though you're not bad.
Mhm.
Make a roll. Aiming at his hand is a little bit iffy. So you might miss, but
Throw 12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay. You shoot him in the stomach.
Okay, okay. Well,
roll 3d6 for damage.
3,
Guns are pretty dangerous.
14.
So he explodes into gore. You
Okay.
get covered with even more gore and chips. Um, some Gargura underwear of his boxers. A shred of it lands on you.
What the fuck? Uh,
Oh well.
this is so bad. But okay, was he alone, or is Is there
Yes,
anybody
yes,
else?
yes.
Okay,
This guy was alone. He wasn't with anyone else. I'm sorry to say.
okay. Then can I escape now, or do I have to also blow up the door?
No, I mean, you don't have to blow it up. You could if you wanted. You could blow up more stuff, but you can leave through the door.
Okay, okay. Let me let me leave then. Let me start sprinting towards my room, and in the moment in which I see
Okay, make a roll.
mhm, mhm,
3d6. See if some guards are on that side.
the I guess so 13.
Oh, in Polly brings up a fair point. Trophies in the dude's room.
Uh-huh.
There is a figurine of some anime girl. You have no idea who it is. You have no idea the value of the item, but there is one you could choose to take.
But I don't even know it.
You don't know who they
Do I
are,
have
but
pockets or something? Too.
you have pockets. You have
Okay, okay,
pockets. I know.
yeah.
I know you. I know you're used to no clothes fitting because you're a potato. But in this role playing scenario, you are wearing pants.
Yeah, yeah. I take that with me then. But
Okay. Okay. I'll add that to your prized possessions over here. All right. You make it back to your room.
mhm.
Oh, what did you roll for the?
Oh
I
yeah,
asked you to roll just now.
it wasn't good at all. 13.
No. What was it? Did you
13?
the 4 4 5 13?
Yeah.
All right. As you're making your way back, you are stopped. Well, you're not stopped. You see one of the guards, but the guards are pretty incompetent. Um,
Okay.
you could, unfortunately, though, you do have pistols strapped to your chest, and you are covered in blood and
I,
gore. So it would take a very good fast talk to skill to get out of this, but you could. The guy seems stunned for a second, seeing you here. This is not what he signed on
yeah.
for. He just wanted to get off his home planet and see the stars, they said. Have make a little cash, enjoy some fine dining and spices, meet some pretty rich ladies who want to fool around with a sailor. You know the sort.
Okay. I while he
If you
sees
want to
me.
make a fast track roll, you could
No,
attempt
no,
to
no, no.
attack him while he's
Exactly.
flat-footed here.
Exactly.
Exactly, you're gonna.
Yeah.
Okay.
I take my knife, which I didn't leave, and I directly run towards him and stab him. This
Okay.
time
The
in the
hall's a
chest.
little. Okay. You stat you charge at him, knife extended. Uh he has enough time to pull out his weapon,
Mhm.
which is a stun baton,
Fuck. Uh huh.
and now he gets to attempt a parry against you.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you can roll your knife roll. A stab in the chest is very likely to succeed.
Okay. Okay. Uh,
But he will get to an active defense roll unless you get a critical hit,
okay.
in which case you cannot make an active defense roll.
36. 3d6.
And
Mhm.
3d6, yeah.
Okay.
And there are actually, before you make your roll, there actually are what are called special maneuvers.
Oh,
And in this case, you are using a special maneuver,
oh,
which is a full run and attack. So before it was like a short move and an attack.
yeah.
This is a like, you're charging the guy, right? So
Yeah.
if you don't just like kill him, right, you won't be able to make an active defense roll in your next turn, but you'll totally kill him, right? And he might miss even if you don't get to make your parry, right?
Okay. But anyways, I failed.
What did
6,
you roll?
4, 6,
Oh my god!
16.
A very rare failure here. Um, make a roll for him.
Okay. 36 also. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Uh, I- 4.
4.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a critical hit. So he gets to roll with some bonus damage. Would you kindly roll 2d6, Tupo?
Okay, only 2. Uh,
Yes, this is a damage roll.
okay, there it is. 9.
9?
Yeah.
All right. You now have to make an HT roll, which your HT is 12. You didn't dump stat it
Uh-huh.
to avoid passing out immediately. The lightning current streaks through your body. Ah!
but is there
It's very
a
painful.
D12 or what do I roll?
3d6.
Okay.
3d6.
Okay. You didn't tell me. Yeah. Oh, wait, 6.
You're lying.
6. Watch the
Really?
stream. 6.
Yeah, the stream. I've got some delay. No. No,
Did I die?
Tupo. You don't die.
Okay.
The stun baton, fortunately, or yes. I mean, like the baton itself is gonna brain you with a 18.
What?
Did you?
What?
Oh, it was a 6. It was a 6. I
Yeah.
thought you said 666, and I'm like
No,
an
6.
18.
No.
Oh,
6.
okay. 6
6.
total. 6 total. Okay, you avoid passing out.
Yeah.
You are shocked and you are in pain. And you will have a hard time with your next roll. Your next roll is going to take a penalty of 9.
Holy fuck.
So that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But your knife skill is very good, so you might still succeed at slashing him
Mhm.
here, and you will get an attempt to like parry if you do not make a all-out attack. You may make another maneuver. So like I was saying that there's various maneuvers. One of the maneuvers you can make is to attack twice, and then you of course will not get a defensive roll, just like you just had happen. It can be useful when you're much more skilled than this guy, right? Like you should be able to kill him. You didn't in this scenario, but it is possible.
Mhm.
Or you can attempt a you could attempt an all-out defense to make sure you don't get hit again, which would mean not having an attack this turn, but being more likely to resist him on your next turn. Or you can just make a regular attack, right?
But I mean, uh, the all-in defense will make me completely avoid his damage if I succeed at, or well, yeah.
If you make a parry or you make a dodge,
Mhm.
then both of those would be likely to prevent any damage. Yeah. Actually, the stun baton might do some damage to your knife should you parry it,
Okay,
because it does have an electrical current going.
but can we can we once again try some grappling here? Uh, I think,
You could go for it, but your skill with a knife is much better.
but how much cool would it be to grapple? Stop. Yeah, let me describe it like this. The moment in which Drakkar is hit, obviously pain runs throughout his body, but it is necessary to survive. So the next immediate action that he does is, with his free hand, try to grab the baton and, sorry, not the baton, the hand of the officer who has the baton and make the officer shock himself.
That'd be a very difficult roll. You could attempt it.
I won't pull back, my man. I won't.
Okay, you're gonna attempt to you've been hit. You're staggering. You just took an incredible amount of pain from the electric shock, but you rolled a very high HT roll here, so you're bearing with it, teeth clenched, and you're now attempting to give him a taste
But
of his own medicine. Roll 3d6.
wait. I remember I had something like a helping tool, not in the figurative sense, something like extra dices or something like that. Can I use them here?
Luck.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, if you can use luck after the fact. After you see your roll, it
Mhm,
will let you roll 3 times total, right? So
mhm,
an additional 2 times, and pick whichever one you want.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
It's limited per like intermission per session. Like we've been going for I don't know how long. How long have we been going?
Today?
2 hours. It's been like an hour.
Yeah.
So, it'd be like in another hour you could use another luck roll, right? It is fairly limited in some regards, but you can use it now if you mess up this roll, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. We will do that. If
you
it
don't have to use it
fails,
now. You get to
yeah,
you
yeah.
get to make the roll. Yeah.
If it
yeah, yeah.
fails, let's see. 9.
9.
Yeah.
You manage to grab his arm.
Yeah.
You don't manage to stab him with it. It now becomes a contested roll between you two. He's grunting and trying to avoid you batoning him.
Mhm.
So now you're both going to make your strength rolls, and
Okay.
whoever gets the most high number
Okay.
compared to the strength, right? If you roll under your strength by 5, or you roll over your strength by 2, and he rolls over his strength by like 4,
Mhm.
it's whoever gets the best roll, right? Anyway,
Uh-huh.
you rolled a 9. Roll for him.
No, wait. The 9 was the other thing. Was the success? Wait.
Oh, I got such a delay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
So
refresh the stream.
I roll now for me first. That is 12 for me.
12, okay.
And
And so your strength is 13, so you rolled 1 under. His strength is lower than yours. Uh, make a roll for him.
9.
9.
Yeah.
His strength is also 1 under. You're locked in a struggle, and he's slightly gaining the edge.
Mhm.
You do have guns strapped to your chest, but you dropped your knife when you were batoned.
Wait, what? We drop our weapons, both of us.
When you were shock baton. No, you dropped when you
Okay,
were
okay, okay, okay.
batoned, and now you're grabbing him, and it's being pushed towards you. You could attempt another strength roll here.
But I have one free hand, yeah?
You are now both grabbing with both your hands. You could reach for your gun,
Yeah.
and I mean he could actually try to reach for your gun too, because it's on your chest there, strapped on.
Yeah. Mhm.
But it is your action here.
No, yeah. I think it is pretty logical to with trying my best here. I push him to the side for a second with my
Okay, you make
left hand.
another strength roll.
Okay.
Okay.
There it
So you're
is.
gonna try to use one arm to push him back and
Yeah.
then grab the gun?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the other one, grab the gun and shoot him. And there it is. Roll is 9.
All right. He also gets a strength roll to
Okay.
avoid being pushed back.
Uh,
So you succeeded by your 4.
10.
10.
Yeah.
You manage to shove him back, and you manage to grab your gun.
Okay.
But he now gets his turn before you're able to fire it, and he swings his baton at you. So now you do not have your knife, so you do
Yeah.
not get your knife parries. You can attempt to dodge.
Yeah.
You could even attempt to try to just brace yourself for it. You could try to make a step back. What are you gonna try to do?
There is no parry with the weapon. I can't shoot at him so that he doesn't hit me.
You cannot parry the electric baton with your
Okay.
arms because you'll get shocked anyway.
No, what I mean, I can shoot at him.
You have to. You've just grabbed the gun. GURP's
Ah.
turns are like a single second, right?
Yeah.
So you pushed him back and grabbed it. That is, you're not aiming at him yet.
Okay, let me do step back then.
Actually, wait. Before you make your defensive roll, he makes his attack roll.
Okay.
So please roll for him 3d6.
Okay, there it is. 10.
10.
Yeah.
His shot, his strike will hit you if you do not dodge.
No, yeah. As I said, I will dodge.
Okay. You're gonna go for a dodge. Roll your 3d6. And you can also use lucky versus other people's roll.
Wait, what? I didn't know that. Fuck. I already made roll 12.
12 is your dodge roll?
Yeah. Is it good or
You
is
did
it bad?
not. You did not dodge. Please roll 2d6.
No. Wait. Can I roll luck now?
I would recommend not using it on the defensive roll
Yeah.
because it's already very unlikely you'll succeed at that. You could perhaps I'll allow you to make your luck modification to his attack roll here.
But I
That'd be
mean,
more likely to successfully negate it.
which difficulty does this have?
His attack roll or
Mm,
your dodge roll.
My
Your
dodge.
dodge is pretty good, but
Mm,
dodging is like inherently not that likely to succeed because it's only like a layer of defense. Your dodge roll is will is 6, so very
Yeah,
unlikely
yeah,
to succeed. Defensive rolls are kind of like if you don't have a
yeah,
shield or something to parry with,
yeah.
it's quite difficult.
I won't die with this shock, right? I
You
won't.
won't die. No,
Okay.
it's not lethal damage.
It will also make me drop my weapon, or not?
Yeah, if it does a lot of damage, it
No,
could be a
this
low
one.
roll.
Or do we not know that yet?
Hmm? How much damage the roll is?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't.
we don't know. We
Okay.
don't know.
I will.
Would you? And you could use your luck on it as well. You can use luck on things that are not just straight up 3d6s. So 2d6 for his damage if you would like to roll it, and you
Yes.
could attempt to lower it if it looks like a very bad number.
Yeah, you will
Or
have
you
to
could
tell me.
save your luck to try to use your health to avoid passing out.
Uh, Here, the roll is 12. I guess
You
that's bad.
definitely do not want to take that damage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let me. Do I make 2 more
Yes,
directly?
you can
Okay.
make 2 more and you can choose which one you want to keep.
Okay. The first one.
I'm gonna grab some. I'm gonna start some hot water. So tell me when I get back.
Okay.
Which one you're gonna keep?
Literally the same fucking roll. This is amazing.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, I got the same number.
You
5.
got another 12?
No. 5. 2 5s.
Oh, 5. 2 5s. Well, that's pretty
Yeah.
bad too. What was it? What's the best roll?
5. 5.
Oh, 2 and a 3, not 2 5s.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 and 5.
Okay. So I imagine you pick the 5 versus the 12.
Yes.
Okay, well, you were already quite shocked from that earlier roll, so you will still have to make a health roll to not to stay conscious here.
Okay.
And you can also, I mean, yeah. So make that roll, and then we'll do a roll to see if you can hold onto your gun,
But
because
that
isn't that
is.
much
Wasn't that a 3d6?
for your health? Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Uh, I guess I'm done. 13.
13.
Yeah.
Good night, Tupo. Good night, Tupo. Everyone say good night. You pass out.
Well. Uh,
Sure, I'll be careful with the kettle. This is not the kettle that burned me, potato. It's actually really strange. So the kettle I have at my workshop where I stream from, because I don't have internet where I live in my like trailer. I have like my really nice kettle in my trailer with like a setting for oolong and a setting for white and green that I never use. I just hit boil. And when it hits boil, it puts out this huge blast of steam. And that's how I got the huge burn boil that looks just like YouTubepo. Um, but the cheapo one I have here, because I knock it off stuff. So it's actually the third kettle I've had down here. I I can't have nice things. I'm bad. Uh, it never puts out a giant cloud of scalding steam, but I reached in front of the kettle because I was doing some art and I was watching some video with some people in my Discord and they kept yapping and I had to respond to them and then it doesn't hurt though. So had to ice it all day. All right. Well, Tubo's been knocked out. This is tragic. Our hero has gone under. So now is a perfect time for a brief a brief intermission. If anyone
Okay.
needs to go to the bathroom or something.
Well, very very nice so far. Then I think I can change scene meanwhile. Ah, if it is going to
Change
be a
scene?
break.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure,
yeah,
sure. Yeah, yeah, they'll let me start drawing the next stage of the
mm,
adventure. What has happened to unconscious Tupo?
yeah.
What has been done with him? What would you do with an unconscious Tupo, chat? What would you do? Where would
Sounds sus. I don't know.
sus?
Yeah.
I would weekend at Bernie's you. I don't know if you've ever seen that. I don't know if anyone in chat has ever seen that. I only saw it because I used to go up to this fire hall, and I was friends with the fire chief there, and it was like a volunteer run, so they were always hanging out there, and they had this huge VHS library. And I watched all these old movies, and there were a ton of old pornos and stuff. Actually, so much older movies have like porno scenes, and I was like 8 or 7, so obviously it was the best thing ever. Um, and so I watched Weekend at Bernie's there, which is these people think they killed somebody and they wheel around his corpse, but I think he's just unconscious or something, or maybe he is dead, and they use his body to like get into places because he was like a rich guy or something.
What?
Yeah, they pretend he's still alive,
Yeah.
right? Like someone hides under him in the wheelchair and like raises his arm or something.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't remember anything about the movie. It's been like a minute.
It has been some time, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. People people is good with me, so I wouldn't worry. They won't do anything bad if I was
No, no one
unconscious.
would do anything bad.
Yeah, yeah. I know it. I live
They
in
wouldn't they
them.
wouldn't draw on you. They wouldn't peel you. They wouldn't boil you, mash you, put you in a stew.
Yeah, yeah. I hope
Nope.
so. I
What about
believe.
plant you in the ground and then release the fire ants?
No, no, that won't happen. Don't worry. We are all good
Weekend
people.
at Bernie's is only from 1989. I thought it was much older than that.
Mhm.
Or how are you enjoying the session?
So far, besides the horrible rolls, everything else is good.
That's how it goes. You have very good stats. You have a lot of things in your favor, but if you just keep rolling, eventually you'll make a bad roll, right? If you get
Yeah,
yourself into those situations, a lot more action and violence this time than before. This is what in the previous sessions you weren't really armed and near people you could kill.
yeah,
So I
yeah.
didn't realize just how bloodthirsty you are. Actually, we should add that to your character sheet. I'm going to be giving you the trait bloodthirsty. So bloodthirsty as a trait
Mhm.
means you find it hard to spare people.
But what does it mean?
You'll you'll have to make a will roll to avoid killing people if you see them as your enemy,
Ah, okay, okay,
even in situations where you might not want to. Right? Maybe
okay.
you want to take them. Maybe you want to interrogate them. Maybe they're a valuable hostage to exchange. Oh, Potato says they would turn you into vodka.
I mean, from one potato to another, that wouldn't be that bad of an ending, you know? You get to
True.
you get to be useful.
All right, everybody. When Tupo dies, we're allowed to make him into vodka. Good to know. Good to know. Um, and it also will give
Mhm.
you a reputation. It'll help the fact you have the intimidation skill. If people know you're bloodthirsty and you kind of got just that look in your eye now, that will help that role considerably because they know they will actually be killed probably. Um, and it is not just an empty threat. However, people who do not like people who go around killing people will probably think less of you, though they might not say it to your face.
Mhm, mhm.
Let me go get my hot water. Do you need to use the restroom or anything?
I'm thinking that I might get some food later on. I don't know how much are we going to go for. I feel nice so
How much are
far.
we gonna go for?
Yeah, yeah,
I'm enjoying it.
yeah, yeah. I
Uh,
mhm.
another section of the game. So your luck will have reset, and you'll have woken up in a cell. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe so far I don't need anything. Go without any worry. We will wait for you.
Okay. Let me grab my hot water very quickly.
Very well. Amazing. The very best thing is that we didn't die and that it wasn't the end of the run, as they will say. But man, what a sad thing. It is fucking rolls. Amazing.
Yeah.
Welcome. Welcome back. Uh, I don't know if you have been
I'm
checking,
Churl.
but it fully died. Fuji.
It fully died?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Twitch?
No. Fuji. They're reactive.
I have been seeing that. I have been seeing that on screen. I am phasing between a mountain
Yep.
and very briefly I appear
Very
as a
briefly.
phantasmal image.
Yeah. I think it is having a stroke or something. I don't know what's going on with the platform itself.
Well, then we better get it to a hospital very quickly. If you or a loved one or an enemy ever have a stroke, you should get them to a hospital as soon as possible. Immediate medical care can vastly reduce the negative impact, the long term negative impact of a stroke.
And I mean, you also have the three signs that is face dropping, a slurred speech, and also um, an arm that doesn't get up. I think it was. Those are.
Yes, you can have. It isn't
Mhm.
necessarily as it doesn't always present in exactly the same way, but it
Yeah.
does. Becomes a disconnect on one side of your body that can have issues. Um, the best thing to remember in such a scenario is that your body was never under your control anyway, and not to get too upset by it because what isn't broken is your willpower, and just because no one can understand you doesn't mean that you're less of a person. And I worked with a lot of people who had strokes.
Mhm. I
I
mean,
was very good at talking with them and helping them and stuff.
and it isn't something that completely takes you out. It is something that you can consistently go back from if you do therapy. As in,
Well, if you get treated very
yeah, yeah.
fast, the negative consequences will be much lower, but it can definitely be life defining from there on out. The real issue is that most people who go through it lose basically all their will because they have lost something that they had. Whereas if you were born with it, you might not uh, feel the same way. But often people who get strokes are older. They're very prideful. They've been very used to things. It's like, oh, this is the sign I will soon pass away. So they take it pretty hard. And I have finally gotten enough points to redeem a kiss. So while I have
Why?
you on the line, I would like a big kiss, Tupo,
Why?
please.
Why? What? Eh,
Hey, I earned my 5,000 points fair and square, okay?
yeah. Eh, but I never done it with somebody
What?
who is
What?
literally hearing.
You never done it with somebody? Oh, you
Yeah,
never done it with someone who was hearing.
yeah. I mean, I guess the rest is hearing, but uh,
Someone who can respond.
yeah.
Does it make you shy?
Yeah,
Oh, the
probably.
Tupo is
Literally.
blushing.
No. But
All the best VTubers kiss chat. And I guess the best VTuber has to kiss a collab partner.
yeah, that's a, that's a lot. Um,
Sorry, Tupo Gachikoi. Sorry, Tupo Gachikoi. You know what? You can refund me. You can refund me.
no,
I
no,
don't want to make
you
the Tupo lovers out there jealous.
you are
I
not going
know
to call
how it
me
is.
a pussy in my own stream. Hear
I'm
this,
not gonna call you
my
a
friend.
pussy in your own
Um,
stream.
Joel, it is always a
Yes.
pleasure to be with you, and it is always a blessing to have you around. And I am very thankful that you have decided in this occasion to take some time and be with us. I say thanks, and I think it is always a good thing that we can see you. And thank you for keep going, as they will say. Uh, thank you, and that's everything, George.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I'm not as I didn't think I'd be as embarrassed. You really turned the tables on me with that one. Thank you, Tupo. I really enjoy being here. I really enjoy your streams. It's a lot harder for me to catch anyone now that I also stream, and so these collabs are a wonderful way for me to get my Tupo fix.
Yeah, that's certainly a big problem. Being a streamer consumes a lot of your life, but
I had no idea. I had no idea. I understand so much more about a lot of things since I started streaming, which
Mhm,
was for me really the point is I wanted to better understand the people I really liked, right?
mhm,
Like what are they really going through? I wanted to know how to use OBS so I could help them because they never seem to know how to use these things. And it turns out it's actually really hard to learn if you're an idiot. And I have greatly re-evaluated my own intelligence after trying to learn how to set up commands and things or use Savvy. And I also understand why they cancel stream with the tummy hurt. I tried to stream through tummy hurt like one time and it was like the worst stream I ever did. And
yeah.
yeah.
I don't know. I think it is funny. You can learn to make it something funny at the very least, even if you find things that are sometimes hard or I wouldn't say not that enjoyable, simply rocks that you have to stumble upon the way of making it good. So it is, I think, to have to deal with so many um, rocks that do appear. But I don't know. You also get what you said. Also, you get to experience being part of communities and finding people that you also vibe with. So it's very enjoyable. I certainly say that's something recommendable. That it is worth it trying. But I don't know. I guess the important thing is that we can say we enjoy it personally. I hope you do also.
That we can say what?
That
That
we enjoy it.
yeah. I do definitely like that. I don't feel honestly, I don't feel any more a part of
Mhm,
a community than I did before because I was already pretty involved with, like the channels and the discords and the things of the people I liked. And
mhm,
while I now spend a lot more time on my own Discord,
mhm.
uh it's it's just really trading one group for another and kind of having more pressure in the one. However, I mean it was still definitely worth it and I do like interacting with a lot people who I'm a fan of, like you,
Mhm.
and I definitely have enjoyed that aspect. But it's not like we weren't talking every once in a while, anyway. Uh,
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
uh,
the problem is sometimes you have people like me who are not that sociable, so it gets hard to
what?
find. Uh,
You're not that social?
I think so. I will say. I don't know. I don't feel like I am
What
the
do you
most
what do
social
you
one.
what do you think, chat? What do you think, chat? Is Tupo sociable or not? You're like one of the most socially capable VTubers I know.
Kind of. I mean,
Like honestly, really. You're not that shy.
no, no. But I say it as more. I don't really talk with others that much. Let's say from there. I wouldn't out of nowhere message almost anybody, So it lets you, as you said, reach them and have not an excuse, but rather reasons that can be fully justified. Because sometimes you feel like when you are talking to others, it makes no sense. Why are you even trying to talk to someone of such a measure, let's say? And it is beautiful to be in this and to spend this time reaching out to those who you like as yeah, as you even said, because you get to be next to those who are a part of your enjoyment time even more than before. But I don't know. I think it.
I don't know about for me. I was never shy with messaging people. I'm in like 3 views DMs. I'm friends with people. I have a lot of social life. I don't think that being a niche micro internet celebrity makes you unapproachable in DMs. Maybe some people are, but it's really the cool people and the less cool people I wouldn't want to message anyway. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm one of those freaks who will DM people first, and I'm also one of those freaks who harasses people I'm sat next to on a bus. If you end up next to me on in a plane ride, prepare to exchange life stories. You know.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, for example, in that is a very good example. Even in the what is the public transport here, it might be because we don't have forced socializing, as we have a road that is completely alone. But I always sit there. I don't like to be next to others. So that's why I believe of myself as not the most sociable guy, I guess. But I don't know. I think
Because you're a little bit introverted.
yeah, yeah. I
You'll
prefer.
enjoy your personal time.
Yeah, yeah. It's a pleasure.
Me too. Me too. But this is a great way to have complete control over how much exposure you do have to do with other people,
Oh
right?
yeah, yes, yes, completely.
No, Potato, you are not a benchmark for sociality. I'm sorry.
I I don't know. I think so far almost
No,
everybody who I know is doing good in that regard at the very least. So don't worry about that. You're not antisocial or anything like that.
no, but I mean, there's a difference between antisocial and
Yeah, but you get what I say. Not
yeah, yeah,
sociable
yeah.
enough.
I mean, what's the standard? Normies around a water cooler watching the boys, and I'm all like, "Hey, have you read the niche 80s comic where there's like a Superman from outer space and he's born as like a prophet on Earth, and his blood and his semen make you into a superhero, and so after he transcended reality and left us all behind, the ruling class of the world is the people he fucked and had blood transfusions with. Did you read that? Because that's what The Boys is based on." And they're like, "No." And it's like, okay, well, I don't need to be as sociable as you and hang out at a bar. Okay, I got my interests.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can pretty much see it as the same thing. In my case, it isn't comics, but it ends up being pretty much. Oh yeah, have you heard about this one concept? Have you dealt with philosophy? If not, you will
I mean,
hardly see
I'm
me
a big
around.
fan of philosophy.
Yeah, yeah. That's why you will
There needs
find
to be
me.
more philosophy comics.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
it also depends on how much you analyze them because you have what is it? The one that made Alan Moore the most famous one with the Watchers.
Miracle Man? Which one?
The Watchers. It is.
Ah, The Watchmen.
Ah, yeah,
The
Watchmen.
Watchmen.
Watchmen is
Uh-huh.
on the surface level a very normal one, but when you do analyze it, you find that there are very various concepts that have some capacity of being um, really strong into a better argument than just haha, funny blue guy with his dick out or things like that.
Well, if you want to see an actual
Mhm,
good comic written by Michael Moore, you should
mhm.
check out Miracle Man.
I,
It is also inspired by that book I was just talking about. That one I was just talking about may seem really out there and not like something that has relevance in media, but it's actually incredibly influential. I don't remember its name. The one I was talking about that like inspired the boys, inspired Miracle Man. Miracle Man is no, it's Alan Moore, not Michael Moore.
yeah, yeah, Alan
But
Moore.
maybe Alan Moore is the same as the other one. I don't know. Yeah, Alan Moore did Watchmen too. He is a good writer when he is allowed to do so, and I much prefer the Miracle Man series, which is about I don't want to spoil it perhaps, but there are humans and there is an alien who crashes and they genetically engineer them with technology, and then like a Nazi scientist brainwashes them and uses them to do his bidding, and their training is in a fictional universe where the original Miracle Man, which was like a classic comic, and they bring back Miracle Man as a uh it's like a total play on it, where the original comic was them in a cryo chamber being fed this information to overwrite their minds so that they think they're Miracle Man or young Miracle Man. And anyway, it it's pretty short. There's like four issues. And it's definitely slightly niche. Yeah. Anyway,
Mhm.
recommended for the art at the very least.
Yeah, yeah. I
I
mean,
I read comics because I appreciate the art form of words and pictures together, which today we're kind of doing that, but with even more fluidity, because I'm throwing up the pictures as we play, and instead of words, they are spoken lines, right?
mhm,
Uh, and I don't very much like cartoons or anime as much as I like manga and comics, because I feel that art, I mean, a really good animation where every panel is a piece of art, that's obviously amazing and wonderful. But most of the time, it's not that, right? Most of the
no,
time,
no.
it's filler scenes and or butchering your favorite thing, or the voice actors are terrible. Unlike the us, who are amazing voice actors, right?
Yeah, yeah. Probably the best to
Probably the
to
best
pay.
too. Yep. Yep, probably the best
But
too. Period. Should we? Do you want to continue? Do you want to get some food?
no, no, I don't think I will get any food. It is incredibly early. Um, if you want to continue, we
It
can
is quite
continue.
early.
Yeah, yeah.
I would love to continue.
Mhm.
Um, we could also pick this up at another time and keep yapping. Uh, but yeah,
Mm,
there's
okay.
usually nice ending points throughout.
No, yeah, yeah.
So
You can always find them if you are willing to. But let's get this clear then. How much are we going to keep going? Hmm? How much are we
however
willing?
long you would like to go.
Ah,
I
okay,
know
okay.
it's like 9 for I know it's like 11 p.m. for you or something.
Almost. That's
Shall
why.
we say, or it might be even further? How about we shoot for another hour, or get through another like segment like we just did?
Mhm. Okay, okay.
Do your
Please.
do your prison break or your execution trial.
Let's see what happens. But just in case, if you feel like you're getting sleepy, tell me. I think you're earlier than me.
It it's only I'm in the earliest time zone
Uh-huh.
that isn't like some weird island in the Pacific.
Mhm,
So I'm always have way earlier than everyone else. I do tend to not sleep very well, but
mhm.
I've been adjusting my sleeping pattern to where I like go to bed at like last night I went to bed at like 5 a.m. I got like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. That's been how it is for like weeks now. I haven't been getting like any sleep. I mean, I've been getting sleep. Like 4 or 5 hours is fine. I used to like get no sleep when I was younger. Like I was telling you with those nightmares,
Mhm.
it was like 1 in 3 nights in my life before I turned 18. I did not sleep at all.
No, but I mean, I I wasn't really the same, as in I had nightmares, but I was somebody who didn't really take care of his own sleeping schedule when I was also younger. So
Video game addict.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
uh,
I mean, I wasn't. I mean, what kept me up was the nightmare. But then once there were video games, staying up all night wasn't that bad.
yeah, yeah. That's
Or
the feeling.
watching the late night cartoons.
I I remember that I used at some point like for a whole year I slept like 3 hours every single day because I I was really addicted to stuff like gaming and such. So yeah,
What was the game? What was the game?
um,
What was the childhood addiction that you dare not even look at again?
no, it isn't that I don't look at it, but I had a rough year, so it was between not a rough year. We spent it with friends in reality. C mod or Garry's mod. Um, then
Oh,
it became the most random game that we could find, and it ended up being Minecraft because we couldn't run anything else high spec. So yeah, that was funny.
I'm yeah, yeah, yeah. I played a lot of Minecraft when I was younger. Actually, that was perhaps my first serious attempt at art
Mhm.
was using Minecraft blocks as stand-ins for beads. And I was really into beading at the time and making like bracelets and things. And so I would plan out my pattern in Minecraft. I would use the blocks. I would use 3 up and 2 wide to represent the bead, and then I could do my image and be like, okay, this is how I will pattern it on the bracelet because these were like very large bracelets. Like it's not like a bracelet; it's like a cuff. It's like a half of your forearm, and there'll be like a giant Pikachu or something, right? I would never do something that corporate, but
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, I
do you
get the
not
idea.
know? Do you not know what I mean?
No, 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 I get the idea.
I wanna do a stream doing it, but, like, I've grown out of doing it,
Mhm.
and the thing is, it takes an unbelievable amount of
Yeah,
time.
that was my
Like,
question.
threading. I mean, it takes less time than maybe, like, a finished illustration, um,
But
but, yeah, I used to go to raves. I used to go to raves, and that's kinda like the outfit you wear
mhm,
is
mhm.
is almost no clothing, but then you're covered in beads.
Yes, but I mean, I think it is pretty obvious, you know, that there is also the sensitive part of the beats. That's why in the raves you you go with things that are sensitively stimulating. It is, you know. So
Yes,
I
the beads have an amazing texture and feel.
yeah,
Now,
yeah.
I was not and am not like drug user, and I wasn't like getting drugged up by these things, but I loved the loud music. I loved the bodies pressing together. I loved the scantily clad women because I was quite young and this was before a lot of people overdosed and died. So there were like people my age of like under 18 going to these and we were all wearing very little, but I was not I was not and am not a lewd person. So but I did appreciate the views. I did
I
appreciate the style and the fashion. Bright colors, hair done up crazy like back in the 80s, it was those I mean, it wasn't like back in the 80s, it was like in the scene kid hair. I don't know if you had that experience where you are, but like the Hot Topic brightly dyed, very puffy, ruined hair. Like they would bleach it
mhm.
and then um like iron it, but big hair, very cool. Very big fan of big hair.
Yeah, yeah. I We didn't have that many trends here, but I see it and I understand it from one side and even more because what you said before. But I have a question. If you say that,
Yes.
do you enjoy now breakcore, for example?
Breakcore?
Yeah.
I mean, I do at the right time. I listen to a lot of music.
Mhm,
I do like breakcore. I would say that it doesn't often make the list unless I need to stay awake.
mhm, mhm, mhm. Because what I was going to say is, to a certain extent, raves were not reduced but reshaped into breakcore nowadays, because you can very much see a similarity between how the whole um, space and the whole uh, loudness of everything was so overstimulating, like it is with breakcore and what it attempts to create. But I if you
I mean, they're
really, mhm,
overstimulating, but it's like, if you're eating a bunch of salt, that's overstimulating. If you're eating a bunch of sugar, that's overstimulating. You're eating a bunch of pepper, that's overstimulating. But they're different ways.
yeah,
And raves and the rave culture and the rave music, like rave music, they would sample Pokemon. Like
mhm,
you might modern day people are still doing that. And I like when I hear Dead Mouse sampling Pokemon or Ocarina of Time in 2023 with like his new track. I'm just like, really? You haven't changed at all, really? Because I mean, I do appreciate the throwbacks, but it's like the rest of the song isn't like it used to be. Tempo was different. They didn't have all the culture wasn't completely changed in some way. Anyway,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just pitching, but uh, 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 it was similar, but they were very different, right? Like even back when I was going to those, there was the EDM scene,
Mhm.
the clubbers, and there were like violent fights in the street in my city. People would die between the clubbers and the ravers.
Oh
There
man,
were shootings.
we
And I'm like in a first world city, but people were straight up shooting each other over preferred music genre.
there is always problems like that. I think they are kind of unavoidable, but
Not here. Not here. There really aren't that many. It was very exceptional, and it was part of what led to modern raves in America, at least
yeah.
being basically a music festival you pay like $200 for.
Mhm.
When I was going to like shady things and in places for like $4, and there still are those kind of shady raves. I went to one like last summer. I could probably go to them again, and it was like under a bridge. But
What
everyone
the fuck?
there is as old as me.
Uh-huh.
Everyone there is as old as me, and there's not enough of them to get like a crush going together where you're all pressed in because there's no walls and there's like four people doing music trying to compete for your attention, and there's some dude comes up and offers you drug. So this is kind of a funny story. I never told this story on stream. I don't want to because one of the people involved is a friend from another VTubing community. Um, I They were out here where I'm at studying in school. They were going to college, and it was near the end of their time here. So they were going to move back. I think they're actually going to move back here. So that's pretty exciting. I don't know if we're still friends after this adventure, um, but I hope they will forgive me. So I had messaged them several times saying like, "Hey, do you want to do X? Do you want to do Y? Do you want to do B?" And they hadn't said yes to those things or they're busy or whatever. And then I'm like, okay, well, you're gone in like a week or two. You want to go to a shady under a bridge rave? And they were like, okay, I guess. And so I drive into Seattle. I pick them up. They're like, it's totally outside of their wheelhouse. And we go there. We kind of chill. It's very interesting. They enjoy the totally different scene because they're like a homebody, right? Like they never leave the house. Like, I mean, they do, but they're like a weeb. They're one of us, right?
Mhm,
Uh,
mhm.
they get offered drugs by a guy. Just comes up and like, hey, you want to buy? You want to have some? You want drugs? You're looking for this? You're looking for that? And then my some friends I knew who came up who were straight edge. They had gotten clean from drugs. So which I thought was cool. And they're like rolling on some drugs and it's like, oh, okay. And he was like, okay, can I go back to my apartment? And I'm like, okay. So took them back. And you know what? I think that was perhaps the best thing that could ever happen to a person.
What?
People often okay. Would you like an experience that changed your mind, Tupo?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you think that, but wouldn't it be way better? Wouldn't it make you way happier if you had experience that didn't open your mind or change your mind, but it reaffirmed everything you already believed?
I,
If it justified the way you had lived your entire life and the way you intended to live your entire life. If you had an experience that made you feel correct in every way, wouldn't that be more affirming?
well, it depends, yeah, to a certain extent. If it were to, a real response would be, if it were to reaffirm what I believe is positive, I would be happy. But sometimes you can go through things that might make you realize or make you believe that you have realized the world, for example, isn't worth your existence. So it depends from what we are saying. Yes to this, what?
Okay, well that'd be pretty bad. But if
Yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah.
already in the state reaffirming your beliefs is
Good.
thinking you should die,
Mhm.
then you were in a pretty bad
Yeah,
situation to
yeah.
begin with. But
That's what I mean. It's a difference, but if it is something positive, yeah, completely, fully. Why not
yeah.
believe even harder on what you want to?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Mhm.
Just be completely. So I I hope that they saw it that way and weren't too thrown off.
Yeah.
Anyway, have you ever had any experience
Mhm.
that was either very affirming of your values or very disrupting to them?
I mean, it, the obvious
I mean, I guess
response
you
is
would have
yeah,
to have had, but
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Like,
I guess you would literally have to have had in your life. You either have been reaffirmed or you've been
yeah,
corrected.
yeah, unavoidably.
I guess that is true.
But yes, yes. I mean, a pretty. I can give you a pretty recent one, but give me a second because I need to think about it.
How to phrase it and stuff. What about you, chat? Or do you have a name for your chat?
No, no.
I'm
I
still
mean,
trying to find one.
I simply don't try to not call it chat because I think it is disheartening. As somebody who is on the other side, I think I don't like to be called chat. So I am the
You
meme
know,
of.
be a
Mhm.
to be kind of like lumped together with everyone,
No, I
not
mean
having the like community tag.
there is a difference between saying people and saying chat already. It isn't the same to say people. Are you paying attention to what is going on? Than to say, yo, chat, chat. Have you heard this chat? You know, it.
Fair.
I don't see chat as a way to say people. So I try to avoid it, but I don't know. I think it is still kind of hard to come up with a proper name for your community and such.
See, I don't like to say people because it's a French word.
What? What? You hate the French? Or
No,
what?
I'm just laughing. You know, a lot of English words are French.
Mhm.
Do you know why that is?
I mean, not why exactly French, but I know that English is also kind of Romanized, if I'm not wrong.
It has been Romanized, but it's actually Germanic. It's a
Mm.
Germanic language that was ruled over by two different French speaking monarchies for an extended period of time. And so words have been altered in a way as you would expect.
Mhm.
So things that have to do with wealthy things and about power are French because they were in control. Judge, jury, lawyer, all of these are French words. And with food, the name for food when you eat it is French, but the name for an animal before you eat it is the Germanic origins. So cow is a cow, right?
Mhm.
But then when it's on your plate, it's beef, right? And you know, The same goes for all the other, foods and meats that are from then. And anyway, that's a very much a not related to the subject. Uh, but resisting the French in our English is would mean I couldn't talk with fancy words at all. So we'll pretend that's not there. But I'm very anti-royalist.
Yeah, I mean, understandable, but I think you can pretty much in this case, in this context, find words that are very similar to what we are trying to say. For example, you don't have to say people. You can say friends. You can say the typical guys, you know,
Friends. Yeah.
and
Well, I
similar.
have I have like a logo for my fans. Do you have a fan mascot character?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. Let me send it on chat. The very if
Show it on screen.
I don't have a real image. That's why I don't.
Oh, you don't have an image yet? Well,
Yeah, yeah.
we'll have to.
Mm.
I have like this owl, and I was playing around with like cahoots and things, but
Mhm.
I was also looking at some legends and famous owls through history. There is Athena, the goddess. Uh, oh, that's what that one is. The one with
Yeah,
all they're like a family. Oh,
yeah, yeah.
that one's actually really yeah. Because you stand out because you're the potato with the big lips. But otherwise, we're all just a bunch of potatoes in the pot or something. Uh, I would the owl who accompanies Athena is always alert, and their name is Victory. And of course, Greek and Latin, it's Nike or something, which is why Nike has their thing. But I was thinking, change chat's name to the defeat, and I could be the Helm of Defeat. I don't want to anyway. Probably won't do that, but it was a thought that passed through my head. I don't really mind the chat. I do like when people have like a good handle to say, but there's a lot of bad ones, and I um enjoy ba 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 ba
Oh wait.
I watch a couple flesh tubers, okay, flesh
Mhm.
streamers occasionally, and they say chat, and it's like, okay, well,
Yeah,
but they
that's
don't
why.
kiss their audience, so they can't be that good.
I don't know. I think it is kind of personalizing when you make it so wide. Like the same thing. It isn't even like you're referring to humans to a certain extent when you simply say chat. So that is also another reason as to why I don't like it. But I don't know. I think. Uh,
Maybe chat is like the French version of people. No, wait, people's already that, but of calling them things. Anyway, did you have an experience that you were going to say about reaffirming or unaffirming values?
oh yeah, yeah. I was thinking about one because it was pretty in line with what we mentioned before, and I wanted to structure it properly, and that was the one of the first times that I went to not it wasn't a nightclub. We don't really have that many here. Um or it isn't that we don't have them. They are too costly and I am not going to spend that money. But the first time
Smart.
I ever learned about how it is when you go to such a place and when you really are vibing, how good it can really be and how much you can really enjoy being in such places. Because in my case, before that, I had the notion that, if you are going to a club, you need to be intoxicated and you need to be almost out of your mind to really enjoy being in such places and similar things. But the reality was the complete opposite. I don't think if you're really taking something, you will enjoy being in such a rowdy place. And it was nice. And it was something that whenever I can, I try to repeat because it gives you a very good feeling that I don't think you can compare with anything else.
I see. Well, I'm glad to hear it. That reminds me of a streamer I used to watch before they got canceled.
Mhm.
Um, and they had their whole stream set up like a nightclub.
Mhm.
And it was really good. I really enjoyed it. This is one of the first streamers I watched. I would get absolutely plastered down here in my garage. That was like when I first like had it set up.
Mhm.
So I was like first getting back on the internet. I'd been forever. And I would like get totally drunk and vomit and stuff. And I definitely was not enjoying Twitch as much as I could if I was not doing that. So
Mhm. Mhm.
I agree with that in some ways.
No, I mean, I don't say it as someone who is completely natural or who doesn't take anything. I mean, there are some moments in which,
But it's not like needing it, right?
yeah,
It's
yeah,
not that important.
you can pretty much see how you can enjoy being in the place and being in present in the moment, as they will say. You really get to experience that there are some things that are worth it, completely unaffected by other substances or whatever. That is the lesson there, I feel like. But the problem is getting to something that is really pleasurable in that way. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think they are scarce in a sense.
Yeah. Uh,
Mhm.
I would have never taken any substance. I was very, very, very straight edge. But then one of my best friends, practically a brother, died
Mhm.
tragically. He had just graduated college. He had his family had gone into debt to pay for him to go to college. He had actually just landed a job at a record label,
Mhm.
which had been his dream job, was to work in the music industry, either producing. His father was like an amateur music producer, and he was like the best. He was like the best. He was so driven, such a good hard worker. He was the high school quarterback, infinitely beloved. Nobody had a bad thing to say about him. He was the friend of everybody. And he also did weed. And I was like so straight edge, was like, oh, even that was ridiculous. But he died, and I was like, okay, well, if someone was that much better than me and he did it, then I can't possibly think that that's the fault of anything. Anyway, do you want to get back to the session?
Okay, okay, okay. Yes.
If you still have time, I
Yeah, yeah, no problem, no problem. Eh, completely no problem. That's why I also was trying to ask you how long do you intend to go, because I don't want to to hold you here.
hold
Mhm.
me,
Yeah.
hold me. I could never be held in GURPS. It is. I started streaming just so I could play these. That is. It wasn't so I could play Dominions. I have found more reasons I
Mhm.
want to stream since I started. However, if I had, even the small circle of friends who are interested in playing games with me, I would have never started streaming. I would just purely be playing with them, um, and very happy about that. Now I enjoy it because I can do art, and I enjoy the art a lot. But the doing these tabletops is my favorite thing in the world.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I think it is interesting to see it because art, particularly, is something that can be scarcely done without anything else in mind. So to get such a place and to have the possibility in these occasions of focusing so much on it is a pleasure because you say that you watch my tweets and such. I guess I don't have to explain myself on all of that so much, but yeah, it is always nice to create and it is always beautiful to see also others creating. So I think it is a good thing that you found streaming such an interesting thing that now, for example, you're even sharing all of that. So yeah, I, as I said before, I think it is good to have you here. I think about it like
Thank
that.
you.
But yeah,
Yeah.
we can, without further distraction, I guess, we can go back into the
Yeah.
game. Ah, let me transition into this. Okay, here we are. So, after like an hour, we're back into.
After like an hour, we're back. We're so back. Let me redeem the stop rambling, so we can get back to the subject.
Yeah. Ah,
Hello, Brighter Malfon.
welcome, welcome, Malfon. Uh, I hope you're
Glad
having
to
a
have
nice
you
one.
here instead of the dumber Malfon. Okay, so I've prepared a new scene.
Mhm.
Um, please bring us to the right of the page 3 drawing.
Ta-da! There it is. I,
I hate delay, man. I can't. I don't know what. Are we there yet? Okay,
yeah, yeah,
I
we are,
think
we are.
I can tell by you if I
We are.
see your icon on the magma. All right, you wake up in a cell. This isn't necessarily the first time you've ever been in a cell. Perhaps a few times on growing up. You know, instead of paying for a babysitter, your mom would just leave you in a cell. Oh, I see. You just keep eating light bulbs. You're the meme where it's like, sorry, we're out of light bulbs, but you're glowing. I get it. I get it. You wake up in a cell, chained to the wall with no material. So I will uh, let you wax poetic about your fate, but there isn't much you can do in that position. So we can move on to the trial scene if you're okay with it, or perhaps you want to try to fight the guards as you are brought to the trial.
The question is, um, do we know if everything that I had was taken away?
You can't you at first, okay, that's a good one.
Mhm,
At first you try to determine if you were still on the ship.
mhm.
And then you look out the window and you see the ship. So,
Okay.
unlikely.
Mm,
Oh, I just realized I drew my like first sketch of the ship that
mhm.
I had then erased and then made a different ship. I drew like it looking like the first one, so it doesn't really look like it out there. That's another unrelated ship that you can see in the drawing. But then if you look just around the corner there, then you would be able to see the ship you had been on.
Okay, okay.
You are docked at a space station, and you even can look out the window and you notice, or you look out the door and you notice a name tag. You're
Mhm,
on the ship that would have been the next stop in the voyage.
mhm. But the question is the ship already leaving? If I try to escape, can I make my escape and get out of here fast enough? Or
And get back on the ship.
yeah.
Uh, I won't say that ship has sailed, but it's still in port. It's still here. It doesn't hasn't left yet. Perhaps in the next scene you'll see why.
Mhm. Can we? Also, another question is taking into consideration the actions I will have to defend myself. No, that is that is the most important thing. Or will I understanding
I
the?
mean, you can always plead guilty.
No, no, no. But can I see it
Maybe you can get a lighter sentence.
as a possibility to escape here instead of trying to escape directly? I mean,
I mean, you can try. Oh,
mhm.
what do you mean? What was that?
I don't know.
You
I guess.
you are locked up in a cell.
Mhm.
You don't have any material. Um, you're hardly have any. You're wearing like a gown, like a hospital gown, and it's a futuristic prison, and you're on a spaceship with guards
No,
in space. So you might be able to take over the space station. You are kind of a badass, but
but
it might take a lot of rolls.
a real question is, do I even have the hit points for that? I,
You
uh-huh,
well, you had taken your damage via stun baton.
uh-huh.
So you're very sore. You feel your muscles are tense all over, but it's
Mhm.
not like you're cut up or anything, right? So you're not in your full peak of health, but you're not that unhealthy. I don't think you have the hit points to take on the whole ship,
Yes.
even at your peak, even at double your peak. So
Mm. Okay, I guess then after having considered the different possibilities and having seen what has become of me, Drakar himself, the most logical action will be to simply go into the trial and do my best to see if, at the very least, I am against or towards someone who is reasonable enough, or if I will have to then attempt to escape in a more riskier position because things are not looking that great, at least in the
Well,
moment.
you'll be lucky to avoid an execution, but you are taken to the trial. Perhaps your charm and charisma can get you out of this.
Mhm, mhm. So,
Four guards and two robots
uh,
come to the door. Stand back, prisoner. And then they blast your cell. Bright lights flash, and you're flash blinded.
mhm,
A loud hum pierces your ears, and you are deafened. You're flash banged, and then you feel your arms grabbed while you are manacled, and you feel them clasped in cuffs behind your back. By the time that your vision becomes uncloudy, the harsh metal claws on your arms are revealed to be the machines carrying you along, while two officers frog march you from behind and two walk in front of you. You are taken to a small side room, honestly. Space is a premium on a spaceship, but it's one of the larger rooms. There is a neat little placard above the room that says temporarily court of justice, and you are shown in. They do not allow you to speak in your defense at first. You have to hear the testimony from the brave ship warden who defeated you, the brave sailor. He's got a fancy badge. He's wearing nicer clothes. He seems to have been promoted, and he tells the story, uh, perhaps with a little bit of embellishment.
mhm,
This madman, covered in bile, runs at me, charging that he is going to kill me and stabbing at me with a knife. He had the look in his eye of a monster. He deserves the death penalty. He almost beat me, but my incredible skill overpowered him. But he fought like a madman. Only my quick thinking was able to win the day. There are several judges on a. There are several, people on a hologram on the window. There is one apparent judge in the room, and there are the security guards also in the room. The people on the wall introduce themselves. There is the ship captain, who you already knew. There is the spaceship captain, who you did not know. And there is a representative of the local branch, you know, the local brigands, warlords, and evil people who make up the official legitimate government. They're all
mhm,
warlords when you get down to it at the end of the day, but uh, they have elections and fancy badges. So those are the people casting judgment upon you today. The person in the front seems to be more like a functionary lawyer. They let you defend yourself after they show the footage of you stabbing. No, there was no footage in that room because it was covered up. But the photos of the dead redhead who you stabbed in the stomach, and the forensics analyze it. Since we won't go back, was the ship run on autopilot? It was going to be run on autopilot, and he could have seized it and gained control of the ship.
Yeah, I was also
And
thinking about
the
it.
dead merc
Mhm,
and the dead otaku and the stolen figurine that was in your hand is shown on display, as well as your very precious artifacts.
Mhm.
are also shown. Your ring that you fought so hard for. The other thing, which the drawing of is not descriptive enough for me to remember what it was, but it was very significant culturally, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Um, and they are used as evidence that you had stolen them from the hold, because of course the hold was transporting these kind of artifacts. They also have your. They also show your pets, your beloved creatures are in chains and muzzles. They have them in
What?
muzzles, and they are used as evidence of you smuggling protected fauna away from a planet. Oh no, your poor little companions.
Kotaro Whiplash literally uses blackmail. Is the worst,
This is
eh?
so tragic. Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. And with all that against you, and the testimony of the guy who dispatched you, what on earth is your defense? What can you
Okay.
possibly say in your own defense?
Do I have time? Is there a timer or can I go?
No, no, there's no time limit. Give me the speech. Give me the speech. You could just go for a fast talk roll, but I want to hear the speech. How are
Oh,
you?
yeah, yeah.
How do you justify
Don't
yourself?
worry, don't worry. I have it all planned.
Oh,
Well, fine people here. I think it is pretty obvious that I did something that at first sight might look to be bad. And it is true that I am in some way truly in in the bad here and in the wrong position. But what is not being taken into account is what were the intentions of these first two more normal people who I dispatched and who I dealt with. Because, as we have seen, there were some weird inscriptions and some weird scribbles all on the room, and it was pretty obvious if you paid attention enough to what was all left behind that this was a very clever plan to try and overtake this ship in which we all were. And I know that killing them wasn't the best option, but why would I decide to let them live if they were completely ready to go with, as you have seen already, three weapons of incredibly destructive capacities kill probably everyone there and let them be now free. So I think that is something that we can get straight. They were not good people and they had no good intention. That is with the
what
first
about
two.
the otaku?
He,
What about the otaku with the anime figure? Just simply minding. Okay, I can't even.
Mhm.
Nobody. Yeah, yeah, yeah. His life wasn't really worth much, but you did attack this ship crewman.
And now is where things can sadly be truly shown. Because if you were there, you would have known that I was screaming at the top of my lungs to tell him to stop. But he was, I don't know, enraged or something. And he thought that I was also trying to kill him, when in reality I was only telling him what has just happened. Because the whole system of the vacuum of the ship was activated, and we were in that situation very, very badly positioned. Bad things were already happening, and we needed to solve it as fast as possible. But this, the guy that you have given some honorary badge, doesn't seem to realize what happened, and that was that I was telling him to help me, when in reality, what he did was reach as fast as he could for his button and started hitting me. And I think, gentlemen, that it is pretty logical for everyone here that if you are being attacked, you are going to try to defend yourself. And I accept that my methods, once again, were not the best. But after dealing with two people, my actions were probably not the most logical ones, as I was being already driven around by my intense rage. So, does that respond to your question?
So you plead not guilty by reason that the people you killed originally were bad people threatening the ship. Perhaps we would have preferred you to inform the crew, of course, and heroic. Let us choose a name from chat for this young hero. We'll go with Malfon. This young Private Malfon, now Corporal Malfon. Do you like my robot Shredder bot? I don't know if you noticed that the NPCs have been potatoes as well, and now I have my killbot is a potato is a shredder. Um, by reason that they were criminals, uh, that might perhaps be allowed. But you did kill another man, and you did attack this guy. Perhaps he was in every right to stun baton you. However, we will discuss it. Uh, do you want to make your fast talk roll?
Hmm. Um, I have a question.
Yeah, go.
if if I were to make my role right now, would it be good enough, or can I keep making some arguments to increase it a little bit more?
You could make arguments. You could
Okay.
also try to ask about, you could try to attack the legitimacy of the court. You could try to ask about what punishment you're facing. You could try to negotiate a plea deal. You could ask for a lawyer or something.
Yeah, yeah,
You could try to stall it out. And if you fail a fast talk roll here, it won't mean necessarily an instant sentencing, but
yeah. Kind of how I
you do have a
think.
lot to answer for. Even if you manage to avoid the murder charges, you might still get slapped with
Mhm.
the theft of precious artifacts or the smuggling of fauna,
Okay, I need.
which you do have legal permission to take off the planet. You might not have your paperwork on you, but you totally did.
But I mean, that is the question. Being in such an advanced time, wouldn't there be enough paperwork about what got in the ship, how did it get in the ship, which things did they carry with me, besides obviously the rifle, which at the very least they didn't bring up, um, but the declared ones, like the two impossible to not see animals, which I obviously had to declare, you know? So,
Please do not try to bring up completely realistic, logical things, because otherwise the whole thing will fall apart.
okay, okay.
But and this is a very advanced society, Tupo. So they
Mhm.
have reduced the amount of paperwork.
Okay,
They
okay.
realized that paperwork was a spook and that it never helped anyone, and that screw paperwork. The only might has always and ever will be a gun. So
Okay, okay. Mhm. Let me say like this. Also, your court, I want to present a little bit more of proof, and that is that by simply interacting with this, my own ring, which I always carried with me, which we sadly can't fully prove was always on my possession, but we luckily can't really show that it wasn't also in my hands always. By simply interacting with it, you can get a pretty clear signal as to what this is all about. And by getting to know that there is a hidden message behind all of these actions, all of these mercenaries trying to overtake a ship, and also even these mm, protected animals, you can realize that my intentions were not in the least bad. Once again, I am not even negating that my actions themselves were not done in the best way possible. But sometimes we tend to have problems when it comes to being capable of telling others what needs to be done. And I think if you were to be on that ship, it would have been pretty sensible, even for you, to not try to interrupt what was going on, but rather to take advantage of the opportunity presented in front of you and to try and do your best to solve this problem before things ended up turning for the wrong. So please, once again, I know that there is no power on my words, but please reconsider. And I guess with that, I will have to make the roll now for real.
So you tell them a bit about the ring and that it reveals things,
Mhm,
the secret message in the ring.
mhm,
All right, they the representative for the local government immediately dismisses the ship captain and the starship captain and orders everyone out of the room except for the guards and the robot.
mhm.
He orders a guard to pull out the evidence and he brings out the ring. He walks up to you and the local, let us give him a name, chat. Or you know what, Potato, you can't be anyone's name because it's gonna be confusing with 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 Tupo. Uh, uh,
Had Vita earlier on.
um, Vita,
Vita, yeah.
Vita. All right, Representative Vita from the local government
Mhm,
says, "Show us how to work the ring. You can cooperate, or I can throw the book at you."
in- I think pretty easily I will. I simply have to make like one button push to make the ring show its information, and it's done. They can see what I was talking about.
All right. Uh, the lights from the ring begin to project themselves, but identifying the meaning of it. What does it mean? You have the knowledge. You do
Mhm,
know where it is leading.
mhm,
Um, you could possibly use this as leverage
mhm,
to transmute your sentence, but that's not something he says. This is in your mind. You're
mhm,
thinking,
mhm,
I could possibly get something out of this. Uh, what do you tell them? What information do you give up to them?
mhm. As you have seen when you inspected the room in which those two people were murdered, there is a pretty particular plan that has been created by underlying mercenaries around the galaxy, and that is to get to a certain place. This is but another piece of the puzzle which might lead to it. We don't know yet with my organization what it fully translates to, but we have been trying to analyze it and to keep it all minimally structure so that someday we can present this as proper evidence and get finally into the deep waters of resolving this one big question, that is what lies inside of one of these planets that you can see in this map. And in that moment I don't really tell them which planet is it, but I am starting to tell them that there is something going on. And please, if you're capable of bringing also the other evidence, we can keep collecting more and more information about this. But if you were to get me here to be locked in for years to come, I don't say it as a threat, but I will have to unavoidably do my best to keep resolving these problems. So maybe it is in the best of our interests to get this question finally solved. and to get fully active with this. So please, once again, I will ask, please reconsider what is going to happen. I am not against any of you. We are only doing what is necessary to get to solve this almost universal mystery.
Hmm. My government has been looking for this planet a long time. It is in our sector, as we thought. But we haven't found it. We've been looking for a long time. You're telling me you know where it is?
We have yet to decipher completely everything. If you possess some information, we will gladly trade it with the rest of you. But that will obviously mean that I need to have a mean of communication with the rest of my group. Think that I, as you can see, and I showed them my calves.
Absolutely not. We can't allow you to communicate with them, stage an escape to your network. We have our own network, and we've been working on this for a while as well. Why do you think we brought all these artifacts in? You're telling me there's other people after these things, after our birthright, the ancestral paradise realm of legend?
Um,
It's ours, I tell you, and you can help us get it, or you can go to the mines.
I will have to sadly tell you something that is pretty well known, and I am incredibly affected if I have to tell you this myself. But this is a pretty well known fact. If you let me help you, I will be gladly doing so. But I am not the only one. My group is also not the only group trying to work behind the clues that have been left behind. Once again, if we
So
remit,
do you still identify with your mother's group after they left you on the planet? You feel you can probably get back in with the right intel if you bring her where it finally is?
no, I mean I am. If you haven't noticed, this is
Or when you're saying my group, are you referring to
no, no, no,
an
no, no.
organization that you belong to, or
It is a lie. It is a lie.
oh, it's a lie.
How
Okay.
will they know that I have or not a group?
It makes you seem more threatening. I get it. I get
Yeah.
it. Okay, for that you have to make the fast talk roll.
Okay. Okay.
Make your 3d6, okay?
Mm.
You have a little bit of a situational bonus from killing a bunch of people and seeming like a total badass, and there was like all those people with their weird
Mhm.
things in that room that you killed. But anyway,
Let me roll. Let's pray to the fucking gods that it is good. Haha, 7. 7.
all right. He totally buys it and thinks you have a group, and it changes his tone in the negotiation. If you're willing to put the resources of your organization behind our effort, we might be able to work something out. What is it you hope to find? We know what we're after. It's a whole planet that is going to benefit us. But did you think you were going to show up and settle it or loot the place? What is your design with the place? Why do you even care?
We have in our group 3 big leads and 3 clues as to what might lie behind this. The first one is that this is certainly in a place in which overabundance of resources is important, and in which things might be crucial for a new development or a rediscovery of a lost technology. We have not yet get to know which is it exactly that lies there, but we know that it is precious, just because of that. But also, as I have told you before, everybody is trying to look out for this one particular minimal speck of dust in the incredibly vast sea of the universe. So there is a value
How poetic.
added simply because we have seen how everyone is pursuing it. We want to see if we can avoid letting it fall onto the hands of the wrong people. So that is why also we are trying to get it. And
Like yourself.
in in the last point, we have also that it will be certainly beneficial for us to get there first, because if it is something important, or if it could be of any benefits to us, we might as well have now another piece to keep moving towards the main goal of our organization. But telling you that will put you, both you and me, at risk. So I can't really, at least for now, reveal anymore until I have secured my safety.
You expect me to believe that a knife wielding uh, gentleman like yourself who could coldly kill several armed and trained mercenaries is out here for a investigative and preventative of destruction motive? I don't know if I believe that. You're telling me you're part of some organization with in archaeological motives? I'm going to have to verify that. He calls he raises his wrist and he talks into his Apple smartwatch. Because those are of course still a thing. And the screen changes to a bespeckled woman, and she has a beautiful little ponytail and these lovely glasses here, and she begins to quiz you on local galactic information, which you actually have some skill in. So
Mhm,
you'll get to make a roll against it, and this is to sort of legitimize yourself as an intellectual.
mhm. Let's see how it turns out.
Yeah.
ah, 7. Once again.
All
ah.
right, you answer her questions very well, and she says this guy could teach a professional. This guy could teach a college course. Perhaps he is telling the truth. And she seems to swoon a little. He goes back and he's like, maybe you can help us. All right, we won't ship you off to the mines for now, but you're gonna stay in that cell till we background check you a bit further. We're gonna try to debrief you and see what you know. And she chimes in that perhaps you could provide some interpretation of the artifacts that were recently delivered. And he asks if you are willing to do so while you are imprisoned here.
Once again, it all depends. If I am simply going to provide you with my services to later on get executed, I might not be at the best of my capacities. But if we are talking about something more sweet, in a situation in which I can get possibly to reunite with my group and also get to what I don't know, but they also hold under their knowledge, this might be more interesting than what I can really say right now. It all depends. How are we going to go about this?
I'll send my lawyer in and we can discuss a trial. We can discuss a plea bargain and we can see what was so important that you killed those people. For now, send him back to the cell and uh, send him the least. Will, will you take a look at the things, whether or not you tell us stuff? Do you want to see the artifacts?
Yes, it won't hurt, at least for now.
Okay. They send you back to the cell, and while you are there, the food is no longer awful gruel, but good gruel, tastier gruel, 2-star gruel, and they give you a device, an iPad with photos and scans of the recent things. Some of it's what you've seen before, but there are more things there, and you begin to dissect what is going on the what is in the ship. You know, what was in the hold. What are the objects? Um, you find large tubes with intricate structures, and you find globes. You also find jewels and jewelry similar to the ring that you had that is now confiscated. Um, and you get to make a roll on
Okay.
your historical history. Yeah, you know, your nerd rolls, right?
5.
5.
5.
It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. Why can't you find it? Well, you had thought perhaps it was in a gas cloud, perhaps it was in a nebula. That is what it had seemed when you misled your family far across the sky and ended up estranged from your mother. But now you see the truth. The reason why you cannot find it is because it is no longer there. Judging by the orientation on the globe and the photos in the pictures or the paintings, there are beautiful paintings of the night sky. You know where it was, but you also see that its orbit was unstable. And that when it was first settled, it must have seemed amazing. From the artifacts, you see stuffed animals of many exotic colors, wonderful spices and dishes that are recorded in a ancient cookbook, and you're like, this place must have been wonderful. However, in time it must have desynced from its orbit, and it must have become a much different kind of planet, and it must have become a lot less habitable. So that is why it wasn't able to be found. It would have seemed like a normal planet at first glance. And while you are coming to this conclusion, having this eureka moment, the charming big-breasted researcher in the glasses comes to your door, and she asks if it is okay to speak with you about these things. She has so much she wants to ask.
She asked that to me.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, if I can provide you with some information, please come in.
All right. She waves to the guard to dismiss the door, and you're still affixed. You're still imprisoned in some way. You're not
Mhm.
manacled around your chest, but you still have a strap to your arm that goes to the wall and would be quite hard to break. Um, she asks where you learned, where you studied all this stuff. Here, I can move her.
All of this
Do you
was.
do you tell her the truth? Do you give her more bullshit about an organization?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
More bullshit?
Yes.
All right,
Uh,
roll a fast talk.
let's see.
How
We
do I deselect? No.
11.
11? She
Yeah.
doesn't know what to believe. It sounds kind of plausible, but an organization she knows nothing about? How could this be? She starts to press you further when suddenly the station is rocked by an incredible shake. Uh, The sirens begin to sound. The guard rushes away from the open door, and your tether to the wall, uh, the thing it's mounted to, breaks, and you hear the creening of the ship. Struts begin to snap. Fortunately, it seems the hull has held and is not depressurized, but who knows what just happened or how long you have. She screams. What do you do?
Well, I mean, the feels most obvious thing. Does she try something like she
She falls to the
didn't?
ground.
Okay, okay. She didn't have a gun. She isn't reaching for her pockets or something weird.
You expect everyone else to be like you and totally bloodthirsty, here to finish you off. I see. I see. No, she does not. She does not reach for a gun. She reaches for her knee, which has been scraped badly. Do you help her up?
Um,
Or do you finish her with your cord on your wrist and garrote her and strangle her? That seems more in character for you at this point, Tupo. Tupo the bloodthirsty. But
no, no.
hold just 1 second and think about it while I grab some hot water.
Okay.
I'm a very vicious water drinker. In fact, you should hydrate yourself
Oh, don't worry. I
if you
am
do
doing it.
hydrate.
I am
Oh,
consistently
okay.
doing it. Uh,
Okay, okay. Well, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second.
I don't know. I think killing somebody would be bad in this case, so I wouldn't go for that. But hmm, welcome, welcome back.
Have you decided her fate?
Kind of, kind of. Not her fate, my
It'll
own
definitely
fate.
hurt your odds if you end up back in court and you had
Yep.
strangled her. But
I. The reality is, as you yourself mentioned, there might be a little bit of time in our hands, not as much. So,
yeah,
what
choking can take a while.
what is the most sensible thing? Now that she also is in the ground.
Sensual thing?
No,
What did you say?
a sensible thing would be to
Sensible.
yeah.
Sensible thing. Well, you did not take the advantage common sense.
Mhm.
And
No,
I would say you don't have it. So you cannot ask me what the most sensible thing
no,
is.
no, no, no. I
In fact,
mean,
that's the worst advantage in the game.
I am simply going to run. I am
You
just
were simply going to run. Yes.
yes,
You were just preambling.
yes, yes.
Yeah. There's actually an advantage in GURPS called common sense,
Mhm,
and I think it's probably the thing you should veto the most.
mhm.
Because it basically takes away the initiative from the character. Because it's supposed to be like if you were going to do something dumb, the GM would warn you, and doing something dumb is the whole point, right?
Yeah, I mean, but part of
And
the
it costs
experience.
points. Yeah, it is part of the experience. All right, you book it down the hall. Do you grab the tablet
Mm.
that has the photos of
Hmm. The
the
real question
relics?
is, was it so logical that it remained inside of me, or do I need that information to keep remembering what I just saw?
You know where it is, but there might still be some useful things in there later.
No, fuck it.
But
I am running.
but you don't really need it.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
running.
you book it.
Yeah,
All right, you're running.
yeah.
Just as you're running down the hall, another uh shake, another great shudder goes through the ship, and now you look out the window and you see what is going on. I've drawn just below the sail a very oddly shaped ship has begun firing on the vessel,
Mhm.
and it is a little bit odd, but not so odd to you, because this is the vessel that was your home for most of your life. This is your mother's flagship, and it is opened fire. There are there are defenses fire coming out from the station, but you know that your mother is relentless, and it's very unlikely they could possibly defeat her. The ship begins to come apart at the seams, and back in your prison cell, you see the knocked out bookish lady sucked through a hole as the ship begins to decompress in your jail cell, and the door closes shut, and you see her float out into space along with the tablet. You continue down the hall
I guess I don't even know where I am, or do I have a basic idea as to where I should go?
of the ship.
Hmm.
You don't. You
Okay.
do not know the ship layout. You can make an educated guess as someone who lived on a ship their whole life.
Hmm.
Roll against your shipmanship, which is a skill you have.
Hmm.
I will describe where you have ended up before you come at the lights have dimmed. It is a low red amber glow over the ship. The sirens are rolling. You hear the captain of the space station who you had previously encountered. Um, this is not a drill. 2 battle stations. All hands. Civilians to the lifeboats. And you see that the ship, the yacht ship, begins to depart. It flies off. Okay, well, you rolled fairly bad,
Yeah.
14,
Yes.
but you don't know that you rolled badly. So you think you know which way to go for whatever objective it is that you're going for. What objective is it?
I- The the other ship, the what is it? The ISS Polybius. Is it leaving completely, or is it
You
still
you uh
kind of
you
docked?
see it beginning to undock. So there's a large it operates
Mhm.
by ship transfer operates by like tunnels like you would on an airplane
Mhm.
that connect over, and then goods and people are transferred on it. It is retracting, and the ship is beginning to pull away from the station, which
So
means it is not completely gone yet, but it is you'd have to be able to fly through space. Perhaps you could jump through an airlock in a spacesuit or something, but I don't think you'll make it.
yeah,
Um, but there are lifeboats on the vessel. There might be other ships docked on the other side you can't see.
the most sensible
and
thing in this case, I think.
then a shot flies and destroys the ISS Polybius in a burst of flames. Sorry.
Well, you didn't get out of
Ollie
there,
was getting
Polly.
happy that it was escaping.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's one way to get out of there.
Hmm. I think I think the most logical thing in this case will be if everything is going so badly to try and reach a high point, an
A high
altitude
point on the
one.
space station.
Yes.
Which way is down in space? Is it the enemy gate? Is that the enemy ship? Maybe you need to be on the other side, as far away as you can on the ship than the one currently firing at you. Or do you mean trying to get to like the top if it was
Yes, something like a
down
top.
like this? Okay,
Trying.
well, you unfortunately
Mhm,
rolled poorly on your ship
mhm, mhm.
navigation. So while you think you are going to the top, you end up blocked by a door, and then when you try to go around it, you run smack dab into a familiar face. It is the very same crew member who had left you the pad that had saved your life on the space on your abandonment on the planet. He has a shocked look on his face. He is a big, burly. Does anyone in chat? I guess I could take King Potatoes, King part of his name. He'll be King. That'll be his name. Um, He is shocked to see you alive, and you're shocked to see him here. Apparently, they have begun to board the ship. He is armed. You are not. He has another mercenary turned total pirate now,
Mhm.
I suppose. Crew member by his side. What do you tell them?
Well, he recognizes me and is shocked.
Yeah, he says, "Holy shit, Drakkar!"
Uh, King, my brother, this is a godsend. I had been trying to reach all of you. How did you know that I was here? Is this just a coincidence? And what does she say back?
Well, I guess it makes sense that you would be here, doesn't it? We came here to get artifacts from that place you were always babbling about. I guess you came here for the same thing?
What? Why are you after that? But the main thing is, yes, we are literally as close as we can get to that place. In less than a week, we will be there. But we need.
You know where it is?
Yes, I have figured
The
it
captain will be
all
happy to hear
out.
that.
Can I go with her? Can I see mother now?
That'll be up to her.
Does she tell me that
He's
or?
he's bald.
Mhm. I.
All right. He escorts you.
Mhm,
Um he takes you back to their landing craft.
mhm.
Um the ship fire seems to have stopped as all the defensive structures on the ship have been destroyed. The anti, spaceship guns and flight bays have all been blown apart. He calls up your mother and he's like, "We've, it's your son." And she's like, "I have no son." Except for that one we left. Is he there? He's like, "Yeah." She says, "Put him on." And there it is, your mother, the most intimidating figure you have ever known. Who was that person in chat earlier whose name was literally Mama something?
Mama Wume. Yeah, why?
Mama Ume. Okay, okay. She will have to bear the title. I cannot find my layers. I don't seem to be able to see layers in magma. Can you see layers?
Let me check. I think there are
Like normally you
somewhere.
could see them on the side. Maybe I have to add a layer first.
Probably,
I don't
yeah.
know where it is. No, that didn't do it.
Ellipse.
I
Maybe they removed it. After all, that was a very easy way to cheat the
we
thingy.
were the limit on panels,
Yeah, yeah.
but I was using Magma like a couple days ago. Maybe though. Do you have a layer? You should have a layer that's different than my layer. Yeah, we can't go to 5 layers, so I guess we'll have to wrap it up on the next layer. So
Or I
I
think we
guess
can
I guess
delete layers. We can.
delete layers. We're not deleting any of this.
Okay, okay.
These are our precious artifacts from our time together, Tupo, and you would just delete them. My masterpieces. The ISS Polybius will be just deleted as well as destroyed. The brave uh Ensign Vita. No, that was the officer.
Yeah,
The brave Representative Vita, who maybe he's dead.
maybe.
Um but anyway, you are oh no, she says. This must be a goose chase. I guess we're in the wrong place if you're here.
What? What do you mean,
She
mother?
clearly has not forgotten how you misled them.
But yeah,
You see her in the pad or in the ship's hologram. A truly terrifying figure is her throne room cuts, large, beautiful silks worth a small fortune in themselves, draped over luxurious sedan couches of the finest velvet, a rare, rare desk adorns her office, made from wood from the old Rild, all the way back in Earth, they say, mahogany. Genuine, you don't know. You have your doubts. After all, you found the price tag in the catalog one time. It didn't seem to be that much. So, um, you see her rare bird in the corner. She has a owl, and suddenly you remember your pets. Perhaps you can still save them, or perhaps you can tell them to take them if they find them while they're looting the ship. But right now, uh, probably best not to interrupt your mother. Ooh, wait a minute. I can put in my owl here. My signature fan character has found a way to enter the scene.
That way.
What do you say to your mother to address the allegations that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about after what happened last time?
Mm, I see. It would have been useful to have the tablet.
Might be.
Fuck. um, Mother, it has been so long since the last time. How have you been? But I I know that I did you wrong. I know that I did all of us wrong. It was it was my fault. I didn't know what I was talking about because I wasn't so learned. Because I didn't learn, use my time and research that much. I talked like a fool, full of myself, believing that I was really completely sure about everything. But now I think I have another clue that might guide us towards somewhere. I have told King here that I have deciphered a little bit about where is it that we should go next. And if this isn't the end, we are as near as it gets towards reaching a conclusion to this goose chase that has been going for years now. Mother, I love you. Can you please forgive me?
Man, I don't if Tupo ever gets canceled, right? He is so good at these apologies. It is unsettling how good at apologies he is. I do not know if I'll be able to believe any apology he ever makes. These are just too genuine.
My bad.
And she's obviously heard your apologies before. She slams her fist on the table. Sound warning. Goose chase! Goose chase! It's been a freaking duck hunt out here. You know how many ships have gone down? After I started turning over rocks after we dropped you off, it seems everybody is coming out looking for this. We've had to destroy so many other mercenary groups to get here. I don't even care about this planet anymore. But I can't get work anymore. The other mercenaries have run me out from this thing. The governments don't trust me anymore. I can't show my face in 9/10 of the quadrant because they got a bounty out for me. For all of us. We're all fugitives thanks to you. We were honorable, reputable mercenaries. We killed people, sure, but it was for money. We had a letter of marque. If we don't find this planet, we're ruined. You think you know where it is? You better hope you know where it is, or you won't be dropped off on a planet next time. You'll be dropped off in a sun. Son, do you understand me?
Yes, mother.
Yes, mother, sir, to you. You are escorted back onto the ship, no longer in chains and no longer in prison awaiting an execution, but you almost feel you would have been safer there. You are not escorted to your mother. You are not escorted to your own old, lovely room. You are escorted to a new and far less comfortable brig. The king takes you some grub. At least the food is better. At least the food is a lot nicer here. But that's about all that's nicer here. The room is unheated and cold. And yeah. But King comes by and he yaps with you. He chats with you. He tells you how things have been. It's been a disaster. Your mom went crazy after you left. It was all right for a little while, but it didn't stop there. People heard what she was after, and when they came for it, she thought they might be onto something, but we were already far gone from turning back for you. I never thought I'd see you again. How did you make it off that planet, that hellhole? We left you so far away from civilization. I was so sure you were gonna die. I'm glad you're back. Do you have my tablet? Do you tell him the truth about things? Do you make something up?
um, I guess we'll have to try and little bit here. Um, oh, King, I, it was so long since the last time I saw you. I also thought the same. I was worried. You don't really seem that sometimes that that clever of a guy, and I really appreciate that you have survived so far. My brother, how good it is to know that you are also alive. And I am sorry because I have to tell you the reality. Your tablet, when you dropped me off, was one of the first sacrifices I had to make to escape out of that place. Because, yes, it was a horrible planet. It wasn't completely inhabited. It had some spark of a civilization, but it was necessary for me to sell it. But I promise you, what we're going to find when we get to that new, more awesome discovery to which I am so close is going to give you a thousandfold more tablets than what I am in debt to you, because that saved my life, and now I can go to mother and show her the way to which we need to go. Thank you, King. You don't know how important it was to me, and I might never fully pay you back what you so honorably did for me, my brother.
I don't care about the tablet. I had my Pokemon save on there. Oh, okay. I guess what's done is done. Well, I sure hope this planet is as nice as we hope. Is it really a paradise world like they say?
Oh, no, no. You, you don't get it there. You, nobody will expect what we're going to find. It is the promised land. It will make us
Oh.
rich. It will give us
Oh, he
everything that we
smiles
wanted.
big.
It will be more than worth the sacrifices that we made. King, it is good and even better than before. Yes, it was all of what I told you and mother and more.
Well, I'll go talk to her. We're busy looting apart that space station. I'm sure she'll get to you sometime. She's been not the same since you left. I would be very polite with her. She's had a short fuse. I thought it was from not having her son around, but at this point, I don't know.
Don't worry, I know her.
Good. I know her too, and that's why I'm worried. All right, I'll if this is the last time I ever see you, it was good to see you again. Glad you made it off. Bye. He leaves you there, unless you have something you desperately need to convey or ask him about. Leaves you to think and to ponder. Do you want to keep going a while longer? This could be a stopping point before the interview with your mother. Pretty dramatic moment, appropriately cliffhanger.
Well, yeah. I mean, we can live with this cliffhanger, but it the question is,
Either that or making it to the planet. But
how long will this talk be? Maybe we can stop after that, you know?
how long will what be?
The talk with mother be.
I mean, it could be quick, depending on if you say, "Please kill me, mother." You're okay. We can do the mother scene. That is the other place I thought either before or after. You are eventually ignored. Days pass. It feels like the nice food stops coming and the ship enters warp a few times. Nobody shows up. Nobody at all. Eventually, though, you are summoned. King comes back, and your mother will see you now. What's it? Ubambe?
Woman. Yeah.
Umume.
Yeah.
Umume. Umume will see you now. You are shown to her throne room. It is a bit less humble than it was before. It seems, despite your mother's complaints at all the recent warfare, it has been quite good for the coffers. A chest full of gold is just out in the room. Why? Apparently, just for the decor. And also spread out on the room are many of the artifacts you had been looking for and that you had seen on the tablet. She offers you a drink. Will you take it?
Will she poison me? I I she
Well,
gave
she
her.
could kill you anyway.
Yeah, I will take it as a nice gesture, I guess.
All right. It's like a vibro knife to the skull. It hurts to drink, but it's not poisoned and you regain your senses. She says, I hope you don't mind. I laced that a bit with some truth serum. Hopefully, your tongue will be moved appropriately. Oh, hi, Binya. Hi.
Hi, Vinya.
Hi. Mwah. Sorry. Is Tupo winning? Is Tupo winning?
Yeah.
So far, Tupo went on a lovely cruise. He decided he would kill everyone on it. Didn't go quite as planned. Got knocked out. Got arrested. Got interviewed. Broke out of prison, and now he's talking to his mother, the space pirate queen. I should probably have done a few more recaps every time we took a break. Don't forget, you do have your luck card. So
Refresh.
now you are affected by a truth serum, and she orders you to interpret. Tell me, Tell me what's before me. Don't just say what these things mean. Interpret these artifacts. So you can make your role. You could attempt to fight her. She's in this room alone, but you do know that she is a very considerable badass. But
I
could go
mean,
for it.
it, I know this place. Wouldn't it be kind of stupid to try and kill my mother? Take into consideration that there might be um, a system that will automatically trigger if she dies or
Could
something of
be.
that sort. I mean, I don't think
You
attacking her
don't
is.
know. She kept that stuff close to hand. You knew a few secrets of the
Mhm.
ship. You know a few secrets of the ship. Where some money was kept. You know where she hides the cookies, but you don't know the nuclear launch codes kind of thing. You don't
Yeah.
know if there is a self-destruct or not. Perhaps there is, but maybe you could disarm it.
No, 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 no. We're not risking it. I think so. Ah, I yeah, I think it is the most sensible thing. Or well, how much of an interference will the throat serum have on me? Can I try to lie, or is it?
You don't know. You've never been under the influence of truth serum before. It might not even be real. It might just have been a very strong alcoholic beverage. But I think traditionally you did mix your supposed truth serums with booze. I certainly find it to be something of a truth serum.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
some people.
Hmm.
So, do you interpret the things? Do you bring up some other stuff? Did you try to negotiate?
Oh,
That might be dangerous in the situation.
let me say it like this. Mother, we have a lot of information here, and I can reveal all of this for you. But I will also need, if you also please, give me one tiny paper piece, one, one, tip, and I will be capable of picturing everything that I also have recollected from around the world or the universe itself. I have a lot to say, but I needed to also picture it for you. Mom, we are closer than
Okay.
ever.
So you tell her that you
Mhm,
need some paper or something to write on
mhm, mhm.
to explain it all out. He says you're in no position to be making any favors, but I guess I can give you a pen and paper. Sure. Uh, she tells you to go to her desk and
Mhm,
pull some out.
mhm. Okay, and
You open the desk, and there is a letter opener in there, shaped shaped like a wine bottle. Perhaps you could use it to attack your own mother, but maybe also not. There's paper. There is a fountain pen. It's you also see some bills and a photo of you
as I watched the
and
photo,
a photo of a strange man you've never seen before.
for one instant, I have a tiny smirk on my face because I know that she was also thinking about me. But I grabbed the pen
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh my god, Tupo.
and
Tupo, your voice when you say something sweet, it cuts right to the heart.
ah, I don't know. Thank you. But well, yeah, I grab the what was it?
Paper,
The pen
pen,
and paper, and I start
yeah.
to scribble everything that I know, and also interpret as you want.
Okay, so when you go to the paper, you realize that
Mhm.
you feel very inclined to say the truth when you're speaking, but perhaps you
Mhm.
could uh, lie while writing stuff down, where you have you can like think a bit harder if you did want to try some sort of deception. But you might not want to try any sort of deception.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just simply putting that out there.
No, yeah, I understand it, but no.
I'm enjoying drawing your mother's room.
Yeah, I see it, but yeah, I have no sacrifice to really make here. I simply start to scribble
Okay,
everything. After all, I guess there is
you
also info that I don't myself know, right?
and so you're also trying to interpret. She also has other artifacts and things,
That's
and
why.
you can actually make a roll. You know what rolls to make. Actually, make two rolls for
Uh,
both your
mhm.
artistic ability and your interpretation.
Okay. Uh, I guess. Can, can I get to decide which one is one? Is which? Sorry.
No, I'll. Well, I know which one's which.
Eh,
Okay, first interpretation, then drawing, because obviously you have to
no, no, no,
interpret
no, no,
before
no.
you
Okay,
draw.
let me do luck
And
on.
remember, you have your luck.
Yeah, yeah,
Remember, you
yeah.
have your luck.
Let me
What,
do
did you get a
luck.
bad roll?
I got a 14. I need luck here. I need to not fuck up.
Okay. Yeah, imagine if you got the center wrong again. That would be the end of the campaign.
Eh,
I definitely would have you sent to the sun.
eh,
That'd be a very tragic end. Maybe even the sun around the planet.
there we go. Three. That's the
A
first luck.
three?
Yeah.
A three. You're lying. I'm gonna wait for the screen to catch up.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you're lying, you're going straight into the sun.
No, you can see it. You can see it. There it is. I don't lie with dices. A three.
You don't lie with dices. That three. That do you know how rare that is?
Ah, like
It's as
5%?
rare as your 18. It's 0.5%. 1 in 200.
Well,
Well,
made
I
it.
guess I guess luck is pulled off. So you don't have to do the artistic interpretation.
Okay.
While you are adjusting, good night, potato. We're actually almost over, but good night, good night, good night. Don't stay up. While you are examining the structures, but the items and stuff, while you're examining the globe, you realize that a continent looks unnatural. You twist a thing, you rearrange a thing, and you adjust a dial on a some sort of like interstellar astrolabe. It's very pretty. It's very cool. And a globe opens up, revealing the interior of the planet. And you realize why everyone is really after it. The planet was not a paradise railed, and it did not fall out of its orbit. The reason why the orbit was wrong was because the paradise planet was actually a ship the size of a planet. And it probably isn't there anymore because it left. Yeah. Dun dun dun.
Eh, so, are we chasing after something that is moving? Do I even know how fast is it
Moving
moving?
10,000 years ago and can move itself.
Yeah.
You have no idea, except for you rolled a critical success. So you are able to extrapolate. You pull up all your records. Your mother is in awe, and she's like, maybe you are good for something. She examines the globe and turns it over in her hands. Her eyes are sparkling with joy. She offers you a bottle of the good stuff. She pops the bubbly. This is so hilarious. You had the critical fail that like started this whole thing, and now you got a critical success. That is so unlikely. It's crazy. Um, I'm that what a way for the campaign to go. So you examine it and you examine the interstellar charts and you try to predict where it would have gone. I don't know if she'll necessarily believe what you say at this point, but you realize that where it has gone, in your opinion, your highly educated opinion, is it would have gone to a better star, and that the star it was around and its unstable orbit were products of it landing here early on, but this might not have even been the original location. And you begin to realize that the various places you had seen with remnants, the ship probably went to two places, found ones with habitable worlds, and then offloaded colonists. And so by looking at the records for when places were established, you realize that wherever it is located, it is further out in the rim of the galactic arm, and that you could perhaps catch up with it, or you can perhaps no, you don't. It stopped at some point, because at some point new colonies stopped, and so you're able to look at, you're not looking for the oldest settlement. You're instead looking for the youngest settlement there is. And so, completely reinterpreting the data, you find where you think it should be. Not on the youngest planet exactly, because they would have, of course, seen it, but nearby the current, in your idea, the youngest of the civilizations in your galactic arm that was established by the ancients and not was a product of other places branching off, has a suitable star nearby with a planet that seemed like it might at one point have been habitable, but it is no longer. Perhaps a failed attempt to make it habitable, as perhaps that was the ship's real purpose, was adjusting bioengineering planets and what is it called, terraforming them to be habitable. So perhaps that is where it ended. You share this info with your mother, and she's a little pissed because it's on the exact other side of known space. But you have discovered its true secret. You realize that everyone else is on a goose chase, and you have the lead to the real location, and no one else might be going for it. And your mother is happy. So I think that is a wonderful place to leave off the session.
Yeah, very well. At the very least, it was a critical success, so more than happy.
Great. I mean, you couldn't ask for more, right? You are shown back to your room. They remove your mother's treadmill from it that had been put there. And you are, and they return to you your pets.
What?
Your pets, your six-legged beast you took
Yeah.
from the planet. Yeah.
Whiplash and Kotaru are back. Let's fucking go.
Yep. All right. That was a hell of a fucking session. So much happened.
Well,
So where it originally thought it might go was you would peacefully ride the ship. Maybe it would get attacked by pirates and there'd be like a combat scene, right? Or perhaps, and that was going to happen after the space station trip, there'd be some suspicious things and they would have handed over info, and then you'd be attacked on the way there. After successfully defeating them, you would have gotten there and gotten off. But the killing people and then being imprisoned, everything changed, and and now that planet isn't even it because you got this critical success. Anyway, I had a lot of fun. How about you? Did you like the way the session went?
yeah, I mean, as I said before, on the first post that we did, I kind of hated how much we failed because of the dices. Like, before the fights and all of that, it was going well, but it was when I faced the
The
officer.
brave
Yeah,
ensign. What did we have the ensign named? I feel so bad.
I think scribbling them would be good. just in case.
Oh, it was Malphon. It was Malphon, the brave Cornel Malphon, who I'm sure escaped. I'm sure he'll be back to trouble you further. Perhaps he'll become a reoccurring villain.
Oh my god.
Your bane, your nemesis. He'll track you down after you attacked the spaceship.
And also, I slandered him pretty badly, so he has reasons to do so. But well.
Yeah, yeah. I loved the balls on that defense. Uh, 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 people of the chat. What about that? How about that one? People of the chat. That one's good. Um, people of the chat. What did you think was the best part, the most interesting element of Tupo's journey?
I,
But yeah, what do you think was the most interesting part?
after all of this, I think the most, if I have to be real, the most interesting has been so far the whole adventure that we had in the second chapter, or the
On the planet?
first one. Yeah, yeah, because
I really
crafting
enjoyed that. Yeah.
was was something that you rarely see in roleplay. But in today's episode, I will say, mm, yeah, I think also that same part where it was all simply argumenting and arguing and having to invent stuff to defend myself was very stimulating. I feel like. So
Good. I'm glad. Jail scenes, court scenes are kind of iffy. They're a little bit hard to work with because you take away someone's gear, you're taking away a lot of their character, like we've taken away your knife, your gun, all these things that really do kind of define you. And you pay points for these things and suddenly you're in a prison. I've always hated the prison start to a game. I've been in a game where it was like you start in a prison and everything that you made in your character design doesn't matter, and then it takes forever to ever actually get any gear in that one. But I mean, the same thing kind of happened with the planet I stranded you on, though at least I gave you your signature gears there.
yeah, yeah.
Anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed the trial scene. I was a little bit iffy on that one. Not on how it turned out, but going into it, I was like, "What? Am I just gonna have Tupo be executed? I don't know how he's getting out of this one." So
Yeah, I mean,
I liked your defense.
the only question was, what was, what was the aim that we were giving the the woman? That felt like he wanted me to do something that I didn't do, but aside from that, everything was fine, I guess.
That was a test to see if you would kill literally anyone I threw at you.
Ah, okay, okay.
Literally anyone who's just slightly in your way that you could kill. That was more or less the reason. And
Okay,
next
okay.
time it'll be like a small child
Okay,
or
okay.
something. I don't know. I, People of the chat, is there anything that Tupo won't kill? I just don't know.
That's my mother so far.
Your
Uh,
mother so far? Yes, family. I'm going to have to retroactively give you more family so there can be some characters that you're not going to kill.
we want to know as well. Very nice, very nice. Stimulating, I guess. I feel like, but
I'm so glad we continued this. I really loved the earlier sessions and
mhm.
letting it stall. I kept telling myself, I will improve the quality of my stream and my collab capabilities and all this stuff, but then I never did. So I was like, well, don't put off something forever if you're never going to do the thing you were putting it off for. So
I don't know. I think every single time we go live, you learn a little bit about it, even if it is like I don't know, a 1 second lesson. You get to learn and to grow from these experiences. So I will say you have become a lot better than before, even if I can't consciously tell you which part was it that you have upgraded. It is that innate feeling, you know.
well, yeah, I definitely was a lot nervous for then. And our last stream, I was actually incredibly drunk
Oh,
by the
yeah,
end of
yeah.
it. I know you said you couldn't tell, but I
Yeah.
was very nervous that stream. I was very nervous that stream, and then I think it devolved into me yelling and screaming at chat after you left.
Yeah. Yeah, you said that you continued like 3 hours or so after I left. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Ah.
Yeah, I have that on a separate highlight from, and I almost like deleted that section from our game.
Ah.
Yeah.
But
But I
well.
do have the other 2 sessions on highlights,
Mhm.
and, yeah, I'm sure eventually those will end up somewhere online.
Yeah. The,
But
the only
but,
problem will
I was
be.
I'm so glad to be here today.
Yeah, yeah, it was nice.
Be what? Having them, because 'cause they're on both of our channels?
No, no, no.
I
The
mean,
only
split
problem
up?
will be getting this one out because you will have to skim throughout this whole stream and all of that, you know? If you want to highlight this. That,
I mean, I don't think you need to, like, remove all the in-between stuff,
no, no.
but at least, getting it where it goes. I can just download your VOD, add to the tupo folder, the tupo file, thick, girthy, meaty folder, that one.
What the fuck?
So much info,
Ah,
so much sensitive info.
yeah, but well.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Mhm.
We went, almost 5 hours,
What?
and we got through yep.
What the fuck? It is right. Amazing.
Yeah, so we should probably wrap it up.
Yeah, yeah. I guess.
Thank you people of the chat for coming.
Yeah, once again.
We will be continuing this at an undetermined date.
Yeah, we don't even know when, but it will happen.
Or you can imagine that Tupo successfully found the planet that turns into a giant weapon and was the wrong hands it shouldn't have fallen into.
We will see. We will see. But well. Wait,
We'll,
wait, wait. We
we'll
have to
see.
raid. Let me try to find
Yes, of
someone.
course.
Mm, Let me switch back to here.
What? Okay, let's come up with a raid message. I used to think I was so good at coming up with raid messages, and I am, right, for other people, because with other people I can sort of I can mock them a
Mhm.
little in the raid message, but with my own raid messages I feel so insecure
Yeah.
about it. Like, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm being judged. And now I get why the streamers, when I would like come up with a good raid message
Mhm.
that was in some way mocking them, they uh 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 they would be like, no, I don't want that, because now I understand that when you go somewhere and like that's how you're seen, and it's like, oh,
Oh yeah,
pain,
yeah.
that's yeah.
I I
And
mean I think I won't forget about this one raid that you know Chin, right? Chin Machine.
yes, yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
Chin literally got as the raid message his body mass.
No,
And that was
no,
funny as
oh,
fuck.
that's so painful. Oh my god.
But well, it was overall a good moment. I think you have to sometimes let it out. People needs to laugh, even if it is at your expense. You know that it is banter, supposedly. Uh,
How about wanted murderer raid?
maybe that's nice overall.
Maybe
Yeah.
space merc. No, I don't.
No, I mean it is on point. I my bad for
I
not
want
being really good. It is fine. Don't worry. We can use that one.
okay, okay.
We can go.
That might come up. That might come up again. Your crimes.
Maybe. I mean, probably we will have to kill more people. I guess.
You didn't have to kill like anyone today. You could have worked with those mercenaries.
We
You
didn't want to.
you didn't want to. Yes. So you wanted to kill people. I
Yeah.
mean, you did try to shoot that guy in the hand. I got to
Yeah.
give you credit where credit is due. Maybe
Yeah.
you respected him because he was watching VTubers.
Yeah. It was weird to see a guy almost jerking off. You said that he was almost completely nude, so that was what the fuck.
I mean, he was in his boxers, so
Yeah, what
maybe,
the fuck?
but you don't just hang around in your boxers?
Oh, what the fuck? Sorry.
I do.
Yeah.
Honestly, I do a lot. When I'm out in the woods, like my cabin, it's like if it's the weekend, then my neighbors might come out, my friends might stop by, so I'll wear PJs too, but if they're not there, then it's bag of wine in one hand and that's it. That's everything.
But well,
Anyway,
mhm.
yeah, thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you for continuing this. As we said, we don't even know when we're continuing it, so we have to try to get ready for it whenever we can the next time. But
Maybe after your finals, or I don't know how long away that is, but maybe after you're not so busy with school.
oh yeah,
So thank you for taking away from your studying time. Anyway, we've been saying thank you for like an hour now. Let's
uh,
get the fuck out of here, okay? I'm
no.
fucking tired, all right?
Let me read. Okay. I did it. I set it up. But well, yes, as always, people. Now, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for watching the both those who do. And well, we will see each other next
Mwah!
time whenever we can. We're waiting back here.
Love
Also,
you.
I didn't even
Bye.
remember to shout out to you because you didn't let me. Fuck you, John.
My name is in the
Yeah.
thing.
Well,
Yeah,
anyways,
yeah.
we're going into Kuromaru, who is playing Project Zomboid. If I am not wrong, it
Oh,
should
Project
be
Zomboid. Chain
Kuromaru,
Potato Lift.
Bafu, and I don't remember who else it is.
Oh, it's a
Yeah,
collab?
yeah. It's a collab. Um,
Bye.
bye, people.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for being here.
Bye.
Now,
Bye.
for real,
Bye. Mwah.
raid.
Bye. 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 Bye.
Wait.
One. We're out.